Okay, we should be live with a new pair of GPUs. This time, we're going to be taking a look at the Radeon RX Vega 64. This is a unique combo of two GPUs, multi GPU. The cool thing about the Vega reference cards, they had something called a GPU tachometer on them. These LEDs, which can be changed, they can be either blue, red, or completely turned off. These LEDs indicate the GPU load. So you can see the primary GPU right now is under heavy load. It almost has that Kit from Knight Rider look. And the second GPU is sitting there doing nothing. That's because this game that we're about to test doesn't actually use multi-GPU. This setup uses significantly more power than the previous setup because the Vega 64s are dual 8-pin, whereas the GTX 1080s, which are a little bit weaker, I actually looked it up recently. The Vega 64s are about 5% faster in modern games than the GTX 1080. Years ago, when these two GPUs were rivals, the 1080 was about the same as the Vega 64. In some cases, 1080 was faster. In other cases, Vega was faster. They basically traded blows against each other. So they were the rival GPUs at the time. 9 years ago, or almost 9 years ago. Because the GTX 1080 debuted in May of 2016. So those GPUs, the 1080 is 10 years old. The Vega 64 and its little brother, the Vega 56, they debuted a little more than a year later in the summer of 2017. So this GPU is actually 9 years old. So it's not actually a decade old. And it is similar in performance to the GTX 1080. Although because the GTX 1080 is like a Honda Civic with a turbocharger on it, you can think of the Vega as a V6 engine, or maybe a V8 engine. So when I was testing these earlier, if you guys saw the YouTube Shorts video that I uploaded briefly as I was doing some Crossfire X testing, man, these things were scary. These things were scary. It was like some kind of hot rod. It was like, it's like some kind of hot rod style car. Whereas the 1080 was more like a racer mobile, like some kind of 4-cylinder engine with a supercharger on it. Whereas this thing is just an old V8. It's almost like it's some kind of Hemi or something. It's like it's just some loud, powerful engine and gas guzzler, whatever you want to call it. Man, these things together, these two graphics cards from the wall, my computer can pull about 1,000 watts of electricity when these things are ripping to the max. It is scary. This GPU combination makes my 1,200 watt Corsair HX power supply turn its fan on. That's the type of scary spikes that this system can do. This system can spike over 900 watts on transient loads. It's no joke. So if you have a weak power supply, it can shut the entire computer off in an instant. Or just randomly reboot the computer. Because it'll trip OCP or OPP or OVP. Any of those three. So it's a scary combination. Dual Vegas are no joke. You have to have like a specific setup to be able to handle this. So we're doing dual GPU again. RX Vega 64. This is not for the faint of heart. This is not an easy thing to do. It's a little bit easier to do technically than, provided you have the correct power supply and good airflow, than the SLI, because Crossfire, at this point in time, Crossfire no longer required a bridge, a physical interconnect between the GPUs. Instead, it communicates over the PCIe bus on the motherboard. So it simplified the setup to a degree. But as we will find out, this setup is much harder to get working properly. And on average, there are less games that supported Crossfire. But what I have found is that unlike NVIDIA, AMD still allows you to override the game's own internals to get Crossfire working, which is quite interesting. So you can actually force Crossfire in-game, provided you run the game in exclusive full-screen mode. This is different from the SLI implementation, so we might actually be able to see Crossfire put in some work here. So it's funny, it says your video card, or okay, let's actually show the audience here what we're seeing. So it's funny because it says, oh, it's one of these, hold on. It's because it's 1440p. Your video card or graphics driver is not functioning properly or does not meet the specifications required for optimal gameplay. As a result, certain images and colors may not display correctly. Okay, the weird thing about this is this driver is from May of this year. So this driver isn't even that old. It's just on the legacy branch of the Radeon drivers. But the cool thing about it is even though this driver is from this year, it still allows me to enable the Crossfire and get everything working. Now, this computer was asleep earlier, and for some reason Windows wants to do a restart. Yeah, no, you're not doing that right now. This is the reason why people go to Linux. Like the sort of stuff like this that pops up, it's like, oh, it's like, hey, you need to restart your computer because of a Windows update. Yeah, does Windows not know what I'm doing right now? We're kind of like live right now, and you want to restart the computer? Yeah, no. And then the other thing too is when I wake this computer from sleep, like the Radeon interface on this older driver doesn't launch like it was. I mean, I was able to get it working earlier. So it's one of those, like, you gotta reset your computer. I bet it went and did something. It went and, like, reinstalled something, probably. Even though I removed the driver. Windows is so annoying sometimes, which is the reason why this makes me want to go to Linux. Anyway, so let's just kind of show the setup. Microsoft really likes to shoot itself in the foot these days, doesn't it? Okay, so this is the setup. AMD Ryzen 7 5800X 3D. So this is the most powerful gaming CPU you can get that supports Crossfire and SLI in the modern era with the widest available motherboard selection. So then we have 64 gigabytes of DDR4 running at 3200 megatransfers. And you can see right here, the primary Vega is doing all the work. The other one's doing absolutely nothing. But the reason the way we verify that Crossfire is enabled is the exact same way we verify SLI is enabled. Link 0 is listed here. So Crossfire is enabled. And we will test at least one game later in the stream that I know for a fact works with Crossfire. So let's go ahead and start this game. Let's finish this game up. I don't know if I can get Crossfire working on a newer motherboard. I am kind of tempted to try on an AM5 motherboard that has dual X8 slots because there's no SLI bridge. So technically, I would assume if I have the right driver, maybe it'll let me do that, but I could be completely wrong. Okay. All right, let's do this. Hey guys. So this is the long-awaited Vega 64 Crossfire live stream. So people wanted to see it, so this is it. We're not going to spend all the time playing this one game like we did yesterday. I'll devote about 30 minutes to this game. And then I will force myself to switch regardless of whether I finish the demo or not. Okay.
Let's head out.
Yeah, dual Vega 64. And I need to make sure one thing. I need to make sure that I'm running the game. Okay, it is full screen. It is full screen. Because we need to be in full screen mode for the dual graphics cards to be working. But actually, I can tell right now the second GPU is doing absolutely nothing. And for some weird reason, when you use Crossfire and SLI, this was the same thing we saw with the NVIDIA GPUs. The GPU percentage that Steam reports is the primary GPU. The temperature reported is also the primary GPU. The VRAM that it reports is actually the second GPU. Why it reports things this way, I have no idea. I have enabled all the Crossfire things, including frame pacing and all that stuff. What was that?
Over there.
Oh man, here we go.
Okay.
Oh, whoa!
We can do this. Attack.
Oh, look at that.
Rare.
Almost got poisoned.
Guess that's it.
You'd like to see 5800X 3D. Well, 9070 XT is not going to be used. You might end up seeing it with a different GPU soon, though. 9070 XT is part of that living room setup, so it's not easy to move that right now. If I'm going to put a large GPU with this CPU, I have to go to a different computer case, and I don't have one available. So I'm kind of limited. Unless I were to tear apart my game room computer, I really don't want to do that right now. That would allow me to do liquid cooling on this CPU, because this CPU does run really hot.
Yeah, they're a lower level.
We beat it.
One thing that's really exciting about this, though, compared to SLI, it's more exciting to see Crossfire actually working, because you can feel the heat. You can feel the heat and you can hear the noise, so you know Crossfire is happening. When it's working, you know it's working. You feel the heat. The room starts heating up. You can feel those 1,000 watt transient spikes. It is no joke. Oh, I got poisoned.
Nice. Oh, there, drop.
Guess that's it.
All right. How do I heal? I'm probably gonna die to poison. I thought I changed my items. One thing I've not figured out is how do I actually... Okay. There we go. Oh, you hold down the button. Okay. That's why your lights started flickering? Yeah, the Vegas, man. The Vega, dual Vega is some scary stuff, man. That's why I uploaded that YouTube Shorts video, because I was getting kind of creeped out by it, because, man, This thing is no joke. Like this is. It's like I was telling the audience at the very beginning of the stream. You guys weren't here. I don't know if you guys were here. Using the GTX 1080 SLI, it's like a Honda Civic with a turbocharger bolted on it, or maybe it's like a supercharger. The Vega 64 in Crossfire, this is like some kind of hot rod V8. It's like some loud car that's gonna do a drag race, and it's like some kind of crazy revving style engine. You get afraid just being around it when both GPUs are going full blast. Oh man, it definitely feels like an enthusiast system from like a decade ago. It has that kind of vibe. Because it is loud, you can feel the heat. You hear those loud blower style fans spinning at like 2,400 RPM per fan. Fantastic. Yeah, the spikes can get over 1,000 watts on this system.
Guess that's all settled.
That's the reason why, I mean, I was looking at some other YouTube videos of people who attempted to try this, and their computers were randomly rebooting, and I was thinking, man, those guys have no idea. They have no idea. Their power supply is not powerful enough to handle this type of setup. Their computer was randomly rebooting on them, and that's because of the power spikes. The power supply couldn't cope with those spikes. It was just too much. Minimum, you have to have like a 1,200 watt, or at least like I would say maybe 1,000 watt minimum. No, 1,000 watt's not enough. I would say 1,200 watt is like minimum spec for this kind of setup.
Yori,
I got this. It's the little things in
Where
life.
is this guy? I need him to heal me up. Alright, I'm healed up.
We beat it.
The only power supply that I trust with this GPU combination. It's the one power supply that I knew could work all those years ago. The same power supply from back then. So this is the setup, just for the people who are here. This is it. The Vega 64 in Crossfire X. Look at that tachometer. Full load. Look at that. The Vega reference cards are unique because they have what's called the GPU tachometer. AMD debuted this technology with the previous generation R9 Fury X and R9 Fury. But Vega 64 and Vega 56 also have the GPU tach. You can see the primary GPU is carrying the load. The second GPU is sitting there doing absolutely nothing. Dual BIOS. There's the BIOS switch. These reference cards have dual BIOS, full backplates, with dual BIOS and load indicators. These load indicators also can change color. They can either be blue, red, or off. And when the GPU goes to complete sleep, like in the case of the second GPU, if it goes to full standby and it powers down, the Radeon logo will actually turn off, and the red light will turn off, and a green light to the left of it will illuminate, indicating it is in standby mode to conserve power. So yeah, the tachometers are really, really good. So you can see, yeah, that giant D14 gets in the way, but this is like dual 8-pin. Dual 8-pin. GTX 1080 was single 8-pin. So these are like 300 watt TDP on a blower style cooler. These things can get loud. They are loud and in charge. Look at that. Radeon Vega with the tachometer. Oh yeah, the power supply. Power supply on this is right up here. top mounted Corsair HX 1200 watts. And the fan is spinning. You can, oh wait, no it's not. Oh no, it's not. It's not spinning because we're not using the second GPU. This, right now, the single Vega by itself can spike over 600 watts on transient loads. On a dual 8-pin, it can still spike over 600 watts on a single card. So that'll cause the fan on the HX 1200 to actually turn on for a while. But if I run both of them in Crossfire, the spikes can hit to around 1100 watts of electricity intermittently if both of them are going full blast. So that is why a lot of power supplies will shut off the computer thinking that the computer is about to explode. So only a really powerful supply like the HX 1200 that is tolerant of those spikes will actually allow it to go through. Otherwise, it'll shut off the computer. I mean, it's supposed to shut off the computer as a safety hazard or a safety feature. But that's why I use Corsair HX 1200. We will be testing a Crossfire game later. I tested a couple. Currently, I have only one of them that I know of that works on here consistently with the latest driver. We are using the latest driver from May of this year on Windows 11, and it still allows me to turn on Crossfire. The other way to verify without using the Adrenaline is to go to Task Manager and verify that you have GPU 0 and GPU 1, and in parentheses, link 0. Link 0 on both GPUs means that the two of them are fused together as one giant virtual GPU, and that is how you know Crossfire is working at the operating system level. If you do not see link 0, like if you have two GPUs installed in your computer and you don't see the link 0, that means you do not have Crossfire or you do not have SLI turned on. That's the way to verify that it's actually working. I'm going the wrong way.
Yeah, they're a lower level.
Okay.
Guess that's it. It's no match for us.
Do these things respawn after a while? I guess they do because it's kind of like an MMO.
Guess that's all settled.
I'm going to hurry to the objective here.
Oh, look.
Oh, wow.
Okay.
Look at that. Oh, yeah.
Listen up. We beat it.
Yeah, I miss the tachometer. I like the GPU tachometer. That's probably one of my favorite things about this. That and the fact that this is a reference card that has dual BIOS.
Look, a boar.
They
A
shouldn't be
safe
a problem.
area. Oh. This way, I think.
Megalith Forest North. Is that right? I guess we have to go that way. Oh, there's actually a treasure chest over here.
No worries. I'm right beside you.
Guess
chest.
that's it.
Oh, do you guys see the Dark Arisen? Dragon's Dogma 2 Dark Arisen? This is basically the same, but they're actually Vega 64 has I mean, aside from the fact that the Vega 64 uses like double the amount of electricity, Vega has actually
safe
aged
area.
slightly better than the
There's a
1080.
safe area over there.
It's about
Wanna take a
5%
break?
faster than 1080 on average. But it uses like twice the power. This is like driving around an old car that has a V6 engine, whereas driving around the GTX 1080 is like driving around a 4-cylinder. That's the difference. V8s age better on average. They're just larger. They have more horsepower up front, and that's how that kind of feels using this graphics card. It's about 5% difference though. Back then they were basically the
It's an
same.
elite.
I really have a oh, what the?
We beat it.
Okay. Now's our chance. Keep up the pressure.
Looks rare. Aren't we lucky?
Oh man.
Guess that's all settled.
Are you asking which would I rather have? So that's a tough choice. I like the design physically in terms of the aesthetics. I like the look of the 1080 Founders Edition more than the Vega Founders
Treasure
Edition.
chest.
But the Vega Founders Edition has more features. First of all, the Vega reference card has dual BIOS.
At
The
least it'll be
1080
good
is single
practice.
BIOS. And the Vega has the tachometer. The 1080 doesn't have any of that stuff. So from a practical feature standpoint, the Vega actually wins objectively. But the 1080 has nicer looks, I guess. I mean, that's a personal thing, but I actually like the look of the 1080 more. For what it's worth. Is that thing really gonna try to jump up here or something? Like, what is going on here? Where'd that wild boar go?
Yori.
I got this. Right now.
Where did this guy put his stupid thing? Did he put his healing thing up on the mountain? Oh my god, why did he put it up here? I could just stand here and heal up. Well, you mean for like dual GPU?
Nice. A rare drop.
Well, Radeon definitely used a lot more electricity back then compared to NVIDIA. GeForce 10 series was legendary in terms of energy efficiency. The amount of performance per watt that the 10 series delivered was unrivaled.
Okay. Once more with
I mean,
feeling.
Vega 64 performed like a GTX 1080, but in order to match or beat the 1080 required literally double the amount of power. And then you still have the 1080 Ti, which was still faster than Vega no matter what. So, and the 1080 Ti used about 50 watts less than the Vega 64, while also outperforming it. Now, granted, Vega was cheaper. Vega was like $500, $550, where 1080 Ti was like $700. So, yeah, 1080 Ti was more expensive, but it was better.
We beat it.
Nice. A treasure chest.
I spy a treasure chest.
You attributed it to the front end and scheduling in the GCN era? Well, oh, see, that's a very interesting comment, because during this time, like a decade ago, AMD's architecture still used traditional hardware-based scheduling for the GPU workloads, whereas GeForce under NVIDIA had already moved to a software-based scheduler. I believe NVIDIA did this with Kepler, starting with the GTX 600 series. They moved from hardware to software. They still had something that they call the GigaThread engine, but NVIDIA was using software-based scheduling. So NVIDIA actually needed a pretty strong CPU. But the thing about NVIDIA's drivers that I never understood, NVIDIA, this more has to do with GCN architecture being poorly optimized at a hardware level. Like software to hardware, like the abstraction layer for GCN was poorly optimized, and this is really AMD's RTG, the Radeon Technologies group. It's their fault for it being this way. But GCN suffered from underutilization of the shaders, despite having a hardware-based scheduler. So the way that you would get around that is you had to have a very powerful CPU to basically ping the hardware scheduler much more quickly than it normally would. This is the reason why Intel CPUs, which were better than AMD CPUs in this era, they were also the way to go. So if you were someone who was running Vega 64, you definitely benefited from having an Intel-based CPU. So if you were going Radeon, it would be Intel plus Radeon. Now, if you were going GeForce, you could actually go either way. Like, yeah, Intel CPUs were still better than AMD CPUs at the time, so that would still be the better result. But, and I know this because I remember testing this with Final Fantasy XIV, I remember the GTX drivers on AMD FX 8350 were literally still okay. Like, you were still getting like 90% of the performance that you could get out of a given GeForce graphics card, which means you were only losing about 10 to 15% of your graphics card's performance if you were on an AMD CPU versus an Intel CPU. But if you were on an AMD CPU with the Vega 64, you were losing upwards of like 25% of the performance instead of like 10% if you were on NVIDIA. So NVIDIA's software scheduler was very well optimized to be platform agnostic. That was literally the words of Tom Peterson himself while he was still at NVIDIA. He even said that. He said, if you want to run FX8350 with a GTX 970, you're still going to get a very good experience. And he was absolutely right, because I remember testing Final Fantasy XIV with a GTX 970 and with an AMD FX 8350, I was getting almost the exact same frame rate versus when I tested with my Intel i7 4770K. I was not losing much performance in that game by using GeForce on AMD or GeForce on Intel. Now, if I was running the R9 Fury on my AMD CPU, I was losing at least 20% of that GPU's performance because the poor performance of that CPU, it was not able to push the hardware scheduler quick enough compared to the Intel CPU. So if you were going Radeon, the irony of the whole thing is if you had Radeon, the best experience was to be on an Intel CPU. That is the weird irony of the whole thing, because it's like you think, oh, what about AMD plus AMD? No, Intel plus AMD was the best environment for Radeon. Now, for GeForce, it could actually go either way. Now, obviously, yeah, Intel's still faster back then, so Intel would still be better. It would be more preferred. But if you were on GeForce and you were on FX8350, or if you were on Phenom or something, you're still pretty much okay, which was very interesting. Mantle. Yeah, oh yeah. Mantle was their attempt to fix a lot of that. But you know what happened, right? The problem, so here's what happened. Mantle was actually the solution. But what did they do? They didn't have enough internal resources to devote to the development and upkeep of Mantle. So what did AMD do? They donated Mantle. And that is what evolved into what is known today as Vulkan. Vulkan equals Mantle. I don't know how many people actually know this. But yeah, I remember because those are my two PCs back then. So it's like, it's funny because we're talking about this right now. So, 10 years ago. 10 years ago was 2016. So what was I? Okay. So, hold on. Where is... So this is my computer back then. I had two computers. So I had an i7 4770K. And I had an R9 Fury. R9 Fury. And I had 4x4. Meaning, so I had DDR3 1600 4x4, so that's 16 GB. 16 GB RAM. This was my primary computer back in that day, in that era. And then my other computer, my second computer was this one, FX 8350 with GTX 970. My first ever NVIDIA graphics card. DDR3 1866 2x8 for a total of 16 GB. These were my two computers. Those are my two computers. I had an AMD computer, I basically had an AMD FX computer, and I had an Intel Haswell computer. So I had the motherboard on this was a MSI Z8. We featured these on the channel recently. If you tuned into our retro streams, our legacy streams, which we've been doing for the past 3 weeks now, I featured all of these. The Z87 GD65 Gaming from MSI, and my AMD one was Asus ROG Crosshair 5 Formula Z. So these were the two. This is a 990 FX Crosshair 5 Formula Z. So those are my two computers at the time. This one, the power supply, was Corsair RM 850. And this one was XFX 850 watt. Something, I forgot. It's like, this is like 80 plus silver. This one was 80 plus gold, I believe. Or something like that. Those are my two computers at the time. And for those who don't know, R9 Fury equals GTX 980. So the Intel had the more powerful GPU. Hence why it was the main. And the Fury, the R9 Fury was the first, well, the R9 Fury X and the R9 Fury were the first graphics cards to feature the GPU tachometer. So this GPU tachometer that the Vega has, so this thing that you guys see here, that's this thing right here that's lighting up, showing the load. The R9 Fury and Fury X were the first graphics cards to feature this. So I actually have 4 graphics cards that have the tachometer. I have these 2 Vegas And I have two R9 Furies that have... Actually, I take that back. I have three. I have one Fury and two Vegas. These two Vegas have the tachometer, and the one Fury has the tachometer. My other Fury doesn't have a tachometer because it's a Sapphire Nitro. That's why. Yeah, because I was doing R9 Fury Crossfire back in the day. I went from R9 Fury Crossfire to RX Vega Crossfire. Man, that's still one of my favorite graphics cards of all time. It was so well behaved. It was dead silent. It was just a fantastic graphics card. The R9 Fury, one of AMD's best graphics cards of all time. I gotta go find it now. I gotta find the specific model. There it is. My favorite R9 Fury. There it is. I still have it. Those of you who saw my GPU collection video, you would have seen it in that video. But I probably need to make a new video. Because my collection's grown since then. There it is, guys. R9 Fury. You can't really see it. Is there a way to see? Yeah, there it is, right here. Up top, you can see the tachometer LEDs on the backside. Is that right? Yeah. Right here, on the upper left. Upper left. These are the LEDs. Where it has the hot symbol. Those are the RGB LEDs. And here's the switch. Is there a way for me to zoom in on this? No. No, I can't zoom in on it. That's the switch. You can. So the cool thing about the Fury had 3 colors for the tachometer. They could be red, blue, or purple. You could turn both the red and the blue on together, and it would turn the lights purple. Now, with Vega, they took that away. Because you can only turn red on or off. You can't, and blue is on or off. You can't turn blue and red on simultaneously like you could on the Fury. So the Fury had the coolest tachometer because you can make it have that purple look. If you were like a fan of like Mace Windu, the Mace Windu lightsaber, if you want to have a purple lightsaber, purple tachometer, you could do that. Otherwise, you had to go Jedi blue or Sith red. You know what I'm saying? Like, it was pretty cool that the tachometer on the Fury could do that. But this was one of my favorite graphics cards, man. It was so quiet. The fans would only spin up to like 13 to 1400 RPM. You would never hear this GPU at full load over your case fans. It was fantastic. Look at that. It was also the first graphics card from Sapphire. Sapphire was the innovator. Sapphire is literally the Toyota brand of graphics cards. Their graphics cards are built rock solid. I have never had an issue with a Sapphire graphics card. They were the first ones to do the flow-through design because the Vega, or not the Vega, the PCB was so small on Fury because Fury was the first GPU to feature HBM memory, not HBM2, HBM 1.0, 4 gigs of HBM with the interposer. AMD was the pioneer in this type of technology, this interposer technology, which eventually would evolve into chiplet-based technology, which is what we see with the Ryzen CPUs now. We saw something similar with the EPYC CPUs, and we also saw something similar like this with the RDNA 3. So the RX 7000 series GPUs had some similar design with the MCMs. But Fury was the pioneer, man. This was like the OG. The OG with those HBM memory modules on there. So yeah, this is like such a nice graphics card. Initially, I wanted to do a legacy build featuring this GPU, but you guys voted Vega, and then I got off onto the whole like let's do dual GPU, and I was like I don't want to do dual Fury because this is axial, it's not blower style, so I have to worry about airflow and stuff like that. Plus, this card is very, very long. And I'm trying to fit it in a small case. So I basically gave up on that idea, and I was like, let's go GTX 1080 SLI. Sapphire 2. Oh man, the 290X Nitro was so good. Or no, what was it? The Nitro? No, Fury. What do they call it? This is Fury Tri-X. They had what did they call their thing? R9 290X. R9 290X by Sapphire. It was known. I always wanted one. I never got it. Vapor X. There it is. The Vapor X. This was the first GPU to introduce like fanless mode. Like it would turn the fans off, except the middle fan would keep spinning. Fury Tri-X. Not Fury Tri-X. 290X Tri-X. Vapor X. The Vapor X. There was no Nitro in the era of the 290X. Nitro came with the 300 series. It was Vapor X, man. I always wanted one of these. I always wanted one of these, and I never had it. Never had that GPU. They even had an 8 GB version of it that came later. 8 gigs. 8 gigs. On a GPU from 2013. On a GPU from 2013. Although I don't think they sold the 8 GB GPU version until 2014. This was also the time of the first crypto wave. Bitcoin and Litecoin. I remember it. 290X came out, and the whole world started crypto mining Litecoin. So it's like you couldn't buy one of these because the AMD cards, they found out pretty quick that the Radeon cards were so good at mining Litecoin. I remember I knew one guy that had 6 or 8 of these reference cards, and he was mining Litecoin with them. And I was like, is that for real? Like, are you actually going to get rich doing that? Like, because I didn't understand the concept back then. Man, that guy was mining so much Litecoin off of some 290Xs or 290s. It was actually 290 was more energy efficient. Oh, I remember. So I'll tell you guys my story. So I got this GPU one time. I remember buying this GPU, this one. I remember. I might even have a YouTube video. I don't even know if I have a YouTube video on it from all those years ago. I remember buying the MSI R9 390X gaming. This exact GPU, 8 gigs. It's a rebadged 290X with 8 gigs. They released it. I bought this. I was so disappointed with this GPU that I ended up returning it, getting my money back, and then buying a different GPU. Let me show you that GPU. This was in the summer of 2015. This was the time when I wanted to play Final Fantasy XIV Heavensward, the very first expansion of A Realm Reborn. And I bought this GPU for Final Fantasy, and I was so disappointed with this GPU because the amount of heat going into my room and the frame rates that I was seeing didn't add up. It was like a hot rod going, and I'm like, take it back. Take it back. Give me my money back. So what did I end up doing? Why am I not talking correctly? So I went and I bought this GTX 970. Specifically, the MSI 100 million edition. 100 million edition. The limited edition. Green. The rare. GTX. I still have all of these graphics cards because you guys know me. I don't sell my graphics cards. Once I get a GPU, it becomes part of the family. It's like getting a pet. So this thing doesn't go away. I still have all of these graphics cards, and they all still work. So the GTX 970 100 million edition. I took this back got my money back, and then immediately purchased GTX 970. I bought this from Micro Center, took it back, got my money, then went to newegg.com and ordered a GTX 970 gaming 100 million edition. And then I realized something. I was like, wait a minute. I just this thing cost me $430. $430. Refund, get all my money back. And then this thing cost me $350. So this was like $80 less than the 390X. So then when I got this, I realized, oh, wait a minute. This GPU performs very similar to this. The difference is this GPU is using like half the amount of electricity. Half the amount of electricity. The one thing I didn't like, well, I didn't really care, but this one had a green MSI logo with the dragon that doesn't allow you to change the color. It's a green logo that lights up. This one had a white MSI logo that I don't know if you could change the color, but I wasn't going to change the color because it was a cool looking white logo, whereas this one's like a green logo. So I was like, wait a minute, what? I can't change the light? Oh, well, whatever. But this card was way quieter under load and used half the amount of power. This was my very first GeForce graphics card. This is in the year of 2015. This is about 11 years ago. So I bought 390X, returned it, because they literally launched it. So I bought it. Okay, so for those of you that are wondering, like, okay, what was he using before? So at this point in time, prior to this, I was using Asus. It's not here. So it must be this one. Yeah. There it is. This is my current... up until this point, this was my current graphics card. The ginormous, the silent, the inadequately cooled VRAM, the Asus Matrix Platinum, the HD 7970 triple slot behemoth graphics card. 6 monitors, no HDMI, quad display ports, dual link DVI. This was my current graphics card, dual 8-pin, thick PCB, gigantic VRM, 3 gigs of VRAM. This was the first enthusiast class overclockers GPU complete with Crossfire fingers up there in the top right. Those original Crossfire fingers for 3-way or 4-way Crossfire X. So this was my current graphics card that I was using to play Final Fantasy XIV: A Realm Reborn. And games like Guild Wars 2 and some whatever other games I was playing back in the day. So this GPU was bad because Asus did not cool 4 of the RAM chips. In fact, there is a video on my YouTube channel from all those years ago where I literally show how to fix the Asus Matrix Platinum from artifacting during gaming. And the fix was to install heat sinks on 4 of the RAM chips, and that is how I fixed it. So, because I mean, you could try RMAing it until you get a card that doesn't do it, but the problem was Asus was using SK Hynix VRAM that was overvolted. This RAM, if you look up the spec, the RAM is supposed to run at 1.5 volts, but Asus was overclocking on their BIOS. On the VBIOS, it overclocks to 1.6 volts on the VRAM. They, for some stupid reason, this diagonal chip and these 3 chips are completely exposed to the open air. There are no heat sinks on these 4, but they have heat sinks on all the others because they have a unisync frame on the VRAM, except for these 4 chips. Now, today, Asus doesn't do that anymore. They're not that dumb. But this is the reason why I stopped buying Asus GPUs, and since that time, up until last year, I had never purchased or never even considered an Asus graphics card because of the experience with the VRAM chips. Until last year when I bought an RTX 5090 Astral. But the only reason why I bought the Astral is because the Astral is the only one that checks if your power connector is about to melt. So, but that's Asus. So anyway, yeah, so this was my GPU. Then I bought a 390X. Was so disappointed with the amount of heat that it exhausted so much heat in the room, and I was not that impressed with the performance uplift over the Asus Matrix Platinum HD 7970, especially because this GPU was a good overclocker. I could overclock the Matrix Platinum to like 1200 or 1250 megahertz on a 7970. That was kind of closing the gap. I was getting almost R9 290 or R9 390 levels of performance. So when I bought this, I was like, man, this thing was already like factory overclocked. There was no margin to push it. The amount of heat, the amount of power, I could already tell, like, there's no overclocking margin on this. Like, I need to take this back and get my money back. The only thing good about it was 8 gigs of VRAM. Back in, like, 2015, that was an enormous amount of VRAM for 2015. Because I went from, like, a 3 gigs VRAM to an 8 gigs VRAM. Talk about an upgrade. But I was so disappointed with this, I refunded my money, and then I went and bought a GTX 970. And that was my first exposure to NVIDIA GeForce. And I was very impressed with the 970. And then my friend told me, hey, you need to sign up for the class action lawsuit so you can get money from NVIDIA because of false advertising. Because you just bought a GPU that's not actually 4 gigs. Because I was like, wait, what do you mean it's not 4 gigs? He's like, it's actually it's like 3.5 gigs with some fake 512 RAM that's bolted onto the side that will cause micro stutter if it ever has to use that 512 pool of VRAM. So I learned about that whole fiasco, and there was a law. I ended up getting like $40, man, from the lawsuit. Like, NVIDIA paid out, but the lawyers got all the money, and like everyone involved got like $40 at the end of the day. It was hilarious. I mean, it's not even hilarious. It's like, it's kind of sad. It's like, wait, what? So I signed my name. I got $40 in the payout after the lawsuit against NVIDIA for false advertising on 970. So it's like, whatever. You know, all that, however many years that took, and I ended up getting like $40. So it's like, okay. So I returned this. I got this. This was really cool. I remember playing Final Fantasy XIV Heavensward on the GTX 970. And then fast forward, I think later that year in like August or something, the R9, I bought a Sapphire Tri-X R9 Fury OC, and I was like, oh my goodness. I was enticed because of the whole like HBM thing. I was like, I want that HBM because HBM is like so cool. It's so energy efficient. So I bought the Fury, and I was happy with the Fury, man. Fury was so good. Where the 390X disappointed me so much, the Tri-X from Sapphire was so good. It was the complete opposite experience. This felt like a true upgrade from the Matrix Platinum. Going from Matrix Platinum to the Fury Tri-X from Sapphire. And that was it. I went this, refund for this, kept using this. And so basically, remember how I said I had 2 computers? So this became the secondary, this was the primary, and then I bought this became the primary, this became the secondary, and then I retired my Matrix Platinum later that year. So hold on. I actually was thinking, of doing a legacy stream featuring the Asus Matrix HD 7970 Platinum in the original packaging. There it is, sitting in a box for like a decade, it feels like. Basically 11 years. This graphics card has been sitting in its original box for 11 years. And here it is. The Matrix HD 7970 Platinum. So let's take this out. Let's take a look at it. It's only been like 11 years. Here it is. Here, let me just put this, I'll just put it up here. There it is, in all its glory. My very first enthusiast class overclockers graphics card. The ginormous, look at that, triple slot. True 3 fingers right there, 3 fingers. Quad display port, dual link DVI, Asus. It still has some dust in the heatsink from a decade ago. Look at that. That dust is like 11 years old. Look at that. Voltage checkpoints, dual 8-pin. This thing also had a tachometer. Look at that. Look at that thick backplate on there. Asus Matrix. Look at those Crossfire fingers. Look at that. BIOS switch, VBIOS switch. The Matrix logo would change colors depending on the load. It would go green to like light blue to dark blue to purple to red for extreme tuning. There it is. The HD 7970 Matrix Platinum. So I was thinking of testing this, but I was like, well, it's probably cooler to do a dual GPU, like an SLI or a Crossfire, because I only have this one card. I can't do a Crossfire with this, because I don't have 2 of these graphics cards. Plus, this card is super thick. This is like 50, 90 levels of thick. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, not really going to be able to do much with this. But anyway, that was the R9, not R9, the Matrix Platinum 7970 from back in the day. That GPU feels retro, almost retro, because it's definitely on legacy drivers. At least Vega has some recent drivers. I feel like the show and tell segments of these live streams are more entertaining than the actual gameplay. Sometimes the gameplay has its own moments, but I don't know. I feel like the show and tell segments are probably the highlights of the stream. 7970 is one of the longest lasting GPUs. Yeah, man. Oh, yeah. No joke. For real, 100% agree. The 7970 aged real well. This GPU started out competing against a GTX 680, but it ended its life competing against a GTX 780. That means that it improved so much throughout its lifetime that it literally leveled up almost an entire graphics tier. Now, the 780 could still beat it in a lot of games, but the fact that it literally just ran away from the 680 to the point where the 680 became so weak because of that wimpy 2 gigs of VRAM versus this thing's 3 gigs of VRAM, and this thing had a massive 384-bit bus versus that, what is it, like 256 on the 680? Man, HD 7970, man. This is the OG granddaddy of the GCN. This is true GCN 1.0 flagship, the Tahiti in the flesh. And you saw it here. What do you think of the top 10 single-player games of all time? What a random question. So, like, when you say single-player, do you mean, like, no multiplayer at all? Because I immediately think of, like, Dark Souls 1 as one of them. Probably, like, The Legend of Zelda Link to the Past and one of the Mario games from SNES. They come to mind immediately. But the Mario games have co-op, and Dark Souls has co-op and kind of PvP as well. Or at least it can. Now, you can play Dark Souls 100% solo, just like a Zelda game. That is a very tough question. Dark Souls is definitely on that list, though. I would say Dark Souls. I want to say Elden Ring, but to be honest, Elden Ring is just big Dark Souls. It's just open world Dark Souls. So I would say Dark Souls, The Legend of Zelda, A Link to the Past. Final Fantasy X. I gotta really think about this, because I gotta look through all the different console generations to give you the other two. Definitely Final Fantasy X, The Legend of Zelda, A Link to the Past, Dark Souls 1. Even though the newer Dark Souls games are probably better, Dark Souls 1 was the OG. I mean, if you're getting really technical, Demon Souls was the predecessor, but Demon Souls had some jank. So Dark Souls 1, I guess for like tactical shooters, I kind of want to say Metal Gear Solid 2. I really liked Metal Gear Solid 2 back in the day. Metal Gear Solid 4 was also really good on PS3. So I guess Metal Gear Solid, the franchise, would be on the list as well, and that would cover like tactical shooters. And then the last one would probably be I don't know about Resident Evil 4. Resident Evil 4 is really, really good, but you're asking me greatest of all time. I don't know if I would consider Resident Evil 4 greatest of all time. It would probably be like in top 10. I don't know about top 5. Resident Evil 4 feels like it would be in like 7th place if I was making a list. Well, you said 5 to 10. But yeah, Resident Evil 4 would be in that list somewhere. Probably in the back half of the list. Mario 64 is probably in there somewhere. I would include that as well. Probably one of the side scrollers, like a Mega Man game or a Metroid game. One of those probably needs to be included at some point. And then I guess for more modern games, I really think the original Kingdom Hearts is a very good one. Like, that's a very good action game. It's a surprisingly good one. So maybe Kingdom Hearts 1. Not Kingdom Hearts 3, not Kingdom Hearts 2. No, just the original Kingdom Hearts on PS2. No, not Hogwarts Legacy. Hogwarts Legacy was good, but here's the thing, guys. If it takes me a year to finish a game, do you really think it's going to be in a top 10 best of all time? That's a rhetorical question, by the way. GoldenEye would be on there. Yeah, GoldenEye. I can see that one being on there, too. I never finished it, though. Oh, well, if we're talking like RPGs, I said Final Fantasy X. Some people would say Final Fantasy VII. I mean, personally, I think Final Fantasy X is the best Final Fantasy game of all time. So I would say that one. I'm trying to think what other game, what games from like PS4 era. There's actually like nothing that comes to my mind. Oh, Bloodborne. Bloodborne is really good. But I don't want to just list a bunch of From Software games, so I'll just say Dark Souls 1. Although I do think Bloodborne, a lot of people would probably say Bloodborne is one of the best games of all time. Definitely from that generation. See, I feel like if we're doing an all-time list, I'd have to dig through all the catalogs of games to really give you an accurate answer. But if we're picking like from each generation, I would say The Legend of Zelda: A Link to the Past, representing SNES, Mario 64, representing the N64. For PlayStation, I'd probably tell you Xenogears. A lot of people would probably disagree with me and say Final Fantasy VII, but Final Fantasy VII is good. I just don't think Final Fantasy VII is as good as people say it is. I think it's a little overrated because it was very good when it first came out. It was like the first of its kind. But man, people hype up Final Fantasy VII like it's like Michael Jackson, you know? Like, nah, man. If you're gonna compare Final Fantasy, if you're gonna hype up Final Fantasy VII, you need to be able to really compare it to games of that era that it is objectively better than. And I think that an argument can be made that the original Metal Gear Solid, the original Resident Evil, Xenogears, all three of those games, even a game like Chrono Cross, although I do think Final Fantasy VII is probably better than Chrono Cross, there's a lot of games from that time that I think are equal to or actually better than Final Fantasy VII. And then for PS2, it's really hard to give you an answer. I would say like Metal Gear Solid 2, Final Fantasy X, obviously. And then for PS3 had a lot of really good ones. So Dark Souls 1, Catherine is an underrated game that is actually a one of a kind. There's like nothing else like that. Maybe Persona 4 would also fall into that category, but I feel like I'm starting to list too many RPGs. But Catherine from PS3, that game is like a one of a kind, man. There's like nothing like that. Even today, all these years later, there's literally nothing like that game. That is a puzzle game. It's basically an adventure game with puzzle game mechanics with interesting combat encounters that are not like turn-based. It's really unique. Like, that is a very unique experience. And, yeah, I don't know what else. PS4, other than Bloodborne, I don't know what to tell you, to be honest. Like, I have no idea. Windows 95 Pinball. And then PS5 era. I don't know. Maybe Elden Ring. It does make me realize that some of the best games came out back then compared to now. Windows 95 Pinball. No. Echoes of Aincrad. This game that I'm playing right now. I can tell you right now that this game is absolutely not on top 10 of all time. This game isn't even in, like, top 1,000, probably. But, hey, this game is better than Shovelware.
Fight on your own terms.
Got it. Leave this to me.
But this game is definitely no Final Fantasy VII, I can tell you that.
The safe area. Looking forward to taking a break.
Safe area. How about a break before we keep going?
The Last of Us would also be on your list. I wasn't a huge fan of The Last of Us. I like Resident Evil more than that game.
Let's go this way
more than
next.
that franchise. What about fighting games? You said single-player games. I kept wanting to say like Tekken Tag Tournament 2, but that's definitely. I mean, you can play fighting games solo. It's not as enjoyable. But to this day, I still think personally Tekken Tag Tournament 2 is my favorite fighting game of all time. Tekken 8 is really good, but I think Tekken Tag 2 is still, and that's a PS3 era game.
It's no match for us. Guess that's it.
I feel like I should just try to skip past these enemies. I don't really need to fight any of them. I kind of want to just avoid all enemies.
Look, a treasure chest.
Over there, a chest.
Oh yeah. There's an enemy coming from somewhere. I don't know where. Oh, it's up there. Can't get to us. You mean Mortal Kombat?
This one shouldn't cause us any trouble. Let's take care of it.
Right here. They shouldn't be a problem.
Is there another enemy around?
Well, at least it'll be good practice. Guess that's all settled.
Nice Switch 1. This is like a Switch 1 game? What? Oh, in terms of Nintendo games, my favorite Nintendo games are like Mario 64, Legend of Zelda, A Link to the Past. And then in terms of more modern games, actually I really like GameCube games. Like Eternal Darkness, Sanity's Requiem. That game desperately needs it either needs to be put on the Nintendo GameCube Classics for Switch 2, or it needs to be like remastered. But there's other ones like Super Smash Bros. Melee. I played a little bit of Smash Bros. Brawl and Smash Bros. Ultimate. And I played the original Smash Bros. On N64, but man, let me tell you, out of all the Smash Bros. Games, Smash Bros. Melee on GameCube is still the best, in my opinion, the best Super Smash Bros. Game ever made. Like, the newer ones are still good, and the newer ones objectively have some better modes, like they've got like 8-player mode. But there's just something magical about Smash Bros. Melee. Even though there are balance issues, there are some overpowered characters in that game. In order for them to be overpowered, you have to really know what you're doing. So, and that's kind of true for all fighting games. But man, Smash Bros. Melee on GameCube was just so good. Mario Sunshine was pretty good. Luigi's Mansion was pretty good. Obviously, Resident Evil 4 was originally on GameCube. Soul Calibur 2 on GameCube
Let's take care of it.
was the best version because the Link was the best guest character. He was better than Heihachi and Spawn.
A wasp type. You ready?
They're more memorable for couch co-op.
Over there. Wasp.
Wait, how did this enemy die?
Guess that's all settled.
Something just randomly died. Oh, we're way over, man. I'm already almost 90 minutes in the stream, and I said I was only going to devote 30 minutes to this game. All right, at the next save point, we're switching games. I don't know if it lets me switch the game though. I feel like it's gonna make me have to redo this. Well, I still need to do a Crossfire game, so I need to get out of this game soon.
I got this. Here's a healing area.
Where is this? Why is it way over here? Those guys did most of the work, but I helped. This game is like Code Vein and Forspoken. It's like Forspoken in the sense that the open world is so bland and empty. And it's like whatever other game I just said, because oh, it's like Code Vein because of your AI allies.
There's a wolf.
Although now that I think about it, it's actually kind of like White Knight Chronicles. White Knight Chronicles on PS3 was like this. It had a similar game design.
An arc. The Guardian will be coming out of that thing. Be careful. Nobody.
Oh, I don't know if I should have. I don't think I should have did this.
Hey, this ends here. Bubble it.
Yeah.
Together.
No, this is 1080p.
Today's our lucky day.
It's the exact same settings. What is this doing? Alright, here we go. Something down here. Am I supposed to be going here? Oh, I guess so. There's a treasure chest that I had missed. Somewhere. Where is it? Is it here? No? That's the Sword Art Online symbol, I guess.
A treasure chest. Want to open it?
I spy a treasure chest.
Look at that, like, global illuminated lumen style ray tracing right there. on a GPU that's 9 years old. Wait, why can't I not get to the treasure chest? Supposedly there's something here, but I can't. Oh well. Where am I supposed to go? Man, this demo has a lot of content. It's like you gotta go really far. Morrowind's water looks better.
Nice. A treasure chest.
This is like World of Warcraft Elwyn Forest.
Well, at least it'll be good practice.
What? Oh man, it smacked that wolf and did a barrel roll.
One down.
All right, here we go. What? These things just spawned in?
Guess that's it.
I think Crimson Desert's better than this game. Just saying.
Treasure. You're looting it, right? It's no match for us.
Smack it in the face.
Yeah, they're a lower level.
Damn it! I
Over
can't
there.
focus.
A chest.
Wait, is there an enemy? Oh, there's someone coming in.
A treasure chest.
It's like, go away. You almost bought Radeon 7. They're like 1080 Ti. Vega 64 is GTX 1080. Radeon 7 is 1080 Ti. That's the difference. It's like a 1080 Ti, only it has 16 gigs of HBM2. Radeon 7 is legendary for crypto mining back in the day. Everyone I knew that was crypto mining, they were using Radeon. They had at least 2 Radeon 7s.
No worries. Right beside you.
Oh man, big enemy. Here we go. Bam!
Yours.
I got this. It's the little things in life. We can do this. Attack!
Rare drop. That's great.
Well, the 8 gig variant didn't come
that's
out
it.
until 2014. 2014, 2015. I know, because I always wanted one. And that's why I bought the 390X when it came out. And then I ended up returning it because I was so disappointed. It's not every day that I return and refund a graphics card. The graphics card has to be very disappointing in order for me to refund it.
They shouldn't be a problem.
I'll tell you, out of all the graphics cards that I've owned recently, there is one graphics card that I got really close to getting my money back, just refunding it. And that was the recent Intel Arc Pro B70. I almost returned that graphics card.
Over there, a safe area.
There's a safe area over there.
Because people,
Wanna take a
supporters of
break?
the channel were telling me, yeah, you should probably just return it, get your money back, you did the content, you got your views. And I'm thinking like, but I can still, someday I might need to
Well,
revisit the
at least it'll
card
be good practice.
or use it with AI. I mean, I used it with AI for a little bit, but then I realized, like, it's kind of a mess if you want to use it on Linux. Like, one thing I will say, all these people who keep talking about, like, AI, local AI, Intel's graphics card is actually an okay choice if you're on Windows. If you're on Windows. If you want to run your system headless as, like, a local AI LLM server, and meaning you're going to run it as a Linux server, yeah, the Intel card, you can get it to work, but it's probably not going to be the best that you can do. Because the AMD, I don't know, man. AMD
I spy a treasure
making
chest.
their driver go to Linux all those years ago, open source. Even though Intel's one is also open source, Intel's just not as mature in terms of the overall behavior and the predictability
all
element on Linux compared to AMD. So,
Treasure.
I don't know, like,
You're looting.
I almost returned that
Wanna
GPU
open it?
to get my money back. But I still have it. Because I was so disappointed with it when I first got it. But I thought, well, I mean, I kind of want to have the most powerful Intel GPU that there is.
Look, a treasure chest.
So
Yeah,
I kind of
for a
have
lower
to
level.
keep it.
Guess that's
Where
it.
are we? Are we like off? Oh, we're close. Wait, I need to find this thing. You bought 2 Vega 56 for $100.
I spy a treasure chest.
Over there. A chest.
I mean, it's still a decent card for like 1080p. on like old games or esports games, yeah, it's fine for that. It's just if you want to play modern games like UE5 games, I mean, this is the performance that you're going to expect at like 1080p. Wait, why am I not able to... Where? Oh, I'm going the wrong way. It runs local AI a lot better than those 32 gig cards. Because it's got way more memory bandwidth than both of those cards. But it's also like 3 times the amount of money. 3 to 4 times the amount of money. So it better be better than those cards. The problem with the 5090 is the 5090 is not scalable. A lot of people that are trying to do local LLM AI, you actually need more than 32 gigs of VRAM if you want to run the really good models locally. So typically that means you need at least 64 gigs. Okay, I guess the minimum is actually 48 gigs of VRAM. And the 5090 fails in that regard because it only has 32. This is the reason why NVIDIA is able to classify the 5090 as a consumer graphics card, because they understand that all the AI nerds need 48 gigs of VRAM minimum if they're serious about local AI. Now, you can run like lower end entry-level models on a 5090 just fine, but you're not going to be able to do a lot of stuff with those models. Like, I'll give you guys an example. I tried to make a video game recently with local LLM AI, and it didn't go too well. And I was using the 5090 originally. Then I started using the Intel plus the AMD card, because that gave me a total of 64. And that worked a little bit better, but I still couldn't run the really, really big models that need more than 64 gigs of VRAM. So then I tried to use Strix Halo, and Strix Halo was actually the best thing that I've got for local AI, because it has that, you can allocate, in Windows, you can allocate 96 gigs of VRAM of the unified memory, and 32 gigs for your system RAM. So, Strix Halo, even though it's slower than the discrete GPUs at AI, because it has so much VRAM, it can run the really big models.
It's an arc. Think we should open it?
And
That's all settled.
my experience using that was I realized pretty quick, it's like, okay, yeah, Strix Halo can make a video game using AI, but I'll tell you the problem. It's too slow. It's too slow. It's like, yeah, I can fit the model in the Strix Halo VRAM, but I can't really... It's like, it'll take me maybe 4 days to get an iteration. So that's the problem that I ran into. And then I realized, okay, this is how the cloud-based AI is going to stay in business. Because they have so much VRAM in the cloud that... and the performance in the cloud is so much better than local performance, because they've got way more... They've just got like gigantic clusters to throw at the problem versus a Strix Halo, you know what I'm saying? Now I mean, the alternative is like put multiple graphics cards together, and that's what I've been doing, but you have to think about the problems that creates. Power consumption. I have to daisy chain, I have to create some jerry-rigged dual power supply thing for 4 graphics cards. And then I can't even fit the graphics cards in the motherboard. So I basically have to build a mining rig if I want to do hardcore local AI. And I realized that that's not super feasible for the average person. But yeah, no, you can run local AI with a 5090. You're just going to be running the basic AI models. You're not going to be able to run any of the really advanced things that require, you know, a lot more context. Because the problem is 32 gigs of VRAM is not even minimum anymore. for the actual models that can do really, really good stuff. And the problem is when you run multi-GPU, it slows down the performance a lot. I would rather not fight this thing. You know what? I'm just going to ignore this. Just going to go on the road here. Yeah, just go this way.
This one shouldn't cause us any trouble. Let's take care of it. Guess that's it.
That thing got deleted.
A wolf type. Keep a close eye on its movements. Cheers. One down. Guess that's it.
Yeah. Because I have a friend that recently started using Claude to make actual products, and I'm actually quite impressed with what he's been able to do with Claude. With Claude Code in particular. So yeah, that does. I know like another guy that he made a website using Claude, and it's like a legit website that he can run as like a business front. So I was thinking, man, that's actually pretty impressive. Yeah, to do that locally, it's not really that feasible, because even if you do it locally, you're still gonna have to cloud host the website at a certain point. And then the thing about the cloud-based services is they leverage something that we've talked about on this channel before called MCP, and that's so they're able to get everything just working out of the box. It is so easy and so fast. It is actually very impressive.
Here comes the boss.
Oh man, here we go.
I got this. Right now. Guess I'm
Oh, I got paralyzed? Wait, oh no. Okay, here we go. Well,
how's this? Together.
alright, here we go.
Now's our chance. Keep up the pressure. I can't focus. Sorry. Too late. Sorry.
I'm in paralysis. How do I get him up?
I got this.
Oh man. Wait, is the boss? Did the boss get paralyzed?
That was a good fight. Guess that's all settled.
Wait, there's more. Oh, a cave. Oh, that was like a door boss? Man, they're really going for that real MMO vibe. They have a door boss. I haven't seen one of these since, like, Alexander Savage in Heavensward 2015 with the GTX 970 and the R9 Fury. This is like deja vu all of a sudden. Battlefield Vietnam or Battlefield 3. Yeah, I don't have either one of those games. We will be testing a game with Crossfire later. I just got to get to the end of this part.
A warp terminal.
Not long to go now.
Is that? Yeah, looks like that's our goal.
Oh, that was it? All right.
You've got a great sense of direction, Cal. That must be why you've been able to play solo.
Well, by finding the teardrop cave, we've completed our first goal.
Now what? Should we just go and raid it?
Well, it's only going to get tougher from here on out. Maybe we should head back
I
to
like how
town
the Steam
first.
overlay says
I have a
0
hunch we'll need to have
gigs,
everything in order
0
before
out of
jumping
8
in
gigs in use because
Good
it reads
point.
the wrong GPU.
That's okay with you too, right?
One thing that I was surprised to learn though with this computer build is the 5800X 3D runs really hot. It's hard to cool because of the 3D V cache being above the cores, blocking the heat transfer. Wasn't expecting it to run that warm. I thought it was going to run at like 70 degrees Celsius. I didn't expect it to run at like 77 degrees Celsius on average. With a giant air cooler on top of it.
Thanks, Cal. Good to have you around.
Right back at ya. We only got to fight together a little, but I had a lot of fun. How about you?
Yeah, it was good.
I'm glad. You need some time to prepare, right?
Yeah, I could really use it.
That's fine. I need to log off for a sec anyway. Send me a message when you're done. I'll jump right back in.
Okay, we'll wait at the cave entrance. See you in a little while.
Yep. See you soon.
I'll be right back too.
Okay. Alright, I think the game auto-saves, so this is a good stopping point, so we are actually done with this game. We're gonna switch to a different game now. This actually has quite a bit of content. I didn't know the demo was gonna be this long. Alright, I'm gonna try a game now that, let me see, let's try... I'm actually gonna try, let's try the Falcom engine. See how that runs. Because this is one that we tested with... Okay, this one doesn't look at skills either with us with the Crossfire. Although it is running in full screen mode. Oh, why does it do that? 1080p. Let's do 1440p. Now I'm doing full screen. Wait. Where is... Okay, there it is. Alright, I want to see if I can get this game to enable Crossfire. I might have to restart the game. Oh, yeah, it's disabled. Okay. So what I'm going to do... I need to exit the game. I'm going to try to get this to... I'm going to try to force Crossfire in this game. Because this is one of those things where the difference between NVIDIA's SLI and AMD's Crossfire is Crossfire, apparently you can force it straight from the Radeon settings if you know where to look. Whereas with NVIDIA, you can try to force SLI, but they basically removed a lot of the API hooks from the newer drivers. So there wasn't really a way to get SLI to work in the traditional sense, other than to turn it on and let your second GPU do things like run PhysX or maybe offload some whatever. But it was working though, but it wasn't really scaling. With AMD, they actually let you force the settings. So, which is actually really interesting. So, for example, here, where is it? So, for example, oh. So here, this is the AMD Radeon settings. And in here, I can actually force Crossfire on I can do it globally, and I can do it on a per game. Right now, we're doing it per game. We're going to turn on frame pacing so it's not stuttery. And right here, oh, you guys can't see it. It doesn't show up on the stream. If I click on the drop down, the options are disabled, default, AFR friendly, which stands for adaptive alternate frame render friendly, optimize 1x1, and alternate frame render or AFR compatible. I'm going to turn this to default mode, and now it's telling me game restart required. So now we're going to have to shut out the game. So go back in the game. Let's exit out of the game. Yeah, actually all the Tomb Raider games support Crossfire, but I don't have any of them installed right now. So let's, all right, let's try this again. The worst thing that can happen is it just doesn't start. So let's see. Oh, snap. Oh, snap. 120 FPS. Wait, what? All right. I'm not going to mess with the settings because I don't want to crash. I don't think... I don't think it's actually using the second GPU, even though I enabled Crossfire.
Welcome to the Treon Mall. Here you'll find Treon Tower.
The reason why I say that is because it's still reading 0 GB VRAM on the second GPU. Also, the tachometer doesn't show activity on the second GPU. So I'm going to go ahead and say that it's still not working, setting it to default mode. So we're only getting the results of one graphics card right now. Yeah, this is only one GPU, because I don't see the tachometer on the second GPU activating. AMD Crossfire mode, default mode, frame pacing enabled, but I'm not seeing any activity on the second graphics card. Okay, so that didn't work. But actually, the game, this is 1440p, by the way. 1440p, so it performs basically like a GTX 1080. This is the similar results that we saw with the GTX 1080. So because the 1080 had the same problem, we were getting zero scaling out of the SLI. We're getting zero scaling with Crossfire. Now, if you're doing Crossfire, it actually copies both. It copies the frame buffer into the second GPU. That's why it's showing 0, because it's not actually doing anything. Yeah, we have to be in full screen. The other thing, too, is you have to be in exclusive full screen mode. If you're in borderless windowed mode, it will not work. Alright, well, that didn't work. Let's try. I'm gonna try a different mode. Instead of default, I'm gonna try optimize 1x1. Optimize 1x1. Let's see what happens now. Oh man, it turned on. It turned on. It's going. It's going. You guys can't see it. AMD Crossfire X technology is enabled. It has the logo in the top right of the screen. AMD Crossfire X technology. Terrible scaling. 14 FPS. It's flickering. Oh man, how come I can't? Oh, I can't. Okay, we should be back. Yeah, the game was running in Crossfire, but then when I alt-tabbed out of it, it basically froze the game, and like all three monitors like flickered, went black. They came back. I got the Radeon driver crash notification. Had to force quit the game using Steam, close out of OBS, restart OBS, and then we came back. So, yeah. So, unfortunately, I got Crossfire to work, but that game was not stable. What I was going to try to show you guys was the actual Crossfire logo was on. So, hold on. How do I need to get back into the Radeon driver thing. The adrenaline thing, like, froze up on me. I might have to end it. Okay, I'm back in. Okay. Yeah, I need to turn that setting off. That's going to create some serious problems. What was that game? Trails? Yeah, this one. Yeah, I need to undo that setting. That setting, optimize 1x1, basically caused me to lose control of the game. Alright, let's change that back to default mode. I'm going to try AFR compatible. See if that works. And actually, I do need to change. I think OBS actually caused the problem. So you need to make sure I have SLI Crossfire capture mode enabled. So that's enabled. And I need to make sure I'm not capturing third-party overlays because that could be creating a problem. And in Steam, I need to disable overlay. I need to make sure I'm disabling Steam overlays because Steam overlays could cause problems because we're hooking into the game, we're doing alternate frame rendering. There's all kinds of things, and this is the reason why they killed off multi-GPU, because there's way too many things. There's too many problems that could happen. Okay, so I disabled the Radeon overlay. I disabled the Steam overlay. I've set it to AFR compatible instead of optimized 1x1. Here we go. Oh, here we go. Crossfire. But I've disabled all the overlays, so I don't have the Steam overlay anymore. It's working, though. I see the... Okay, so we should be back. We should be back. Yeah, so I basically had to reboot the whole computer because that second time, I need to make sure I disable that setting because that setting's totally not stable. Okay, so that needs to go back to default mode. Okay, so that didn't work. That game just straight doesn't work. Even though it forces Crossfire and then it's extremely unstable. Yeah, no, I know. Let's try... I don't want to fire... Okay, I'm going to try this game. Let's try this game. Or let's try this benchmark, actually. See if this works. How can I capture this, though? I'm going to try this and see. Okay. Let's see if I can get this one. Oh, it's actually capturing Crossfire. Whoa, Crossfire's working. Crossfire's working. Okay, here we go. It's really loud. All right, check this out. Check this out. I'm gonna try to... Okay. Check this out, guys. Crossfire is enabled. Look at that. Look at that. Full power. Both GPUs are at 100% load in this benchmark. Oh man, I can feel the heat. My hand is over by the camera. Oh man, all that heat. 300 watts times 2, 600 watts. 600 watts. The HX. The fan is spinning. The fan is spinning on a 1200 watt power supply from Corsair because it's too much electricity. Oh man, I was gonna test the actual game. This game might actually work. The actual game, like right now, I'm just testing with the benchmark. I gotta look it up here. We got the HD 7970 on here. Man, all that heat. I'm gonna prop this up on a box. Let's get this like there we go. Yeah, now you can see the dual Vegas, man. Oh man, that's a lot of heat. Whoa. There you go. Finally, multi-GPU is happening. Crossfire X. It doesn't show it on the stream, but I can see the AMD Crossfire X technology logo. There's a watermark on the upper right of the game screen saying AMD Crossfire X. That's how I know it's actually working. But you can see it with the tachometer. Both the GPU's tachometers are at 100% load. And I can feel that heat. 179 FPS. 170, the lows are like 90 FPS right now. Using the Radeon, I'm looking at it on the Radeon. Okay, we should be back. All right, we're back. But one thing I want to point out to you guys, so no overlays. Because this normally wouldn't happen if I wasn't live. But because of OBS, OBS is breaking it. But you guys can see, look at this. Check this out. I wanted to show this. Right now, after rebooting the computer, notice the second card has completely gone to sleep. The Radeon Crossfire drivers operate in such a way that if the second card was not needed, the driver would literally shut off the second card completely. Look at that. Even the Radeon logo, the LEDs have turned off, and the tachometer has turned off the red lights, and it has a green light indicating it is in standby mode. So it's actually, the second card is completely asleep right now, and it is pulling 0 watts. Okay, look, it just activated. It just activated. It went back to sleep. It went back to sleep. So let's see what happens if I open up the Radeon Adrenaline software. It should, there it goes. It lit up. It lit up. And it went back to sleep because it's not needed. Because I pulled the hardware momentarily, so it woke up. And it went back to sleep. So this is one of the cool things about the Crossfire technology back in the day. So you knew that if your second GPU has nothing to do, it's just going to do like C3PO in episode 4 and just power down to conserve electricity. So that's one of the things that it did. So you can see right now the second card is completely asleep. We're going to try this again. And I'm going to make sure I do not press any buttons while the benchmark is running because I don't want to freeze the whole thing again. So I'm going to adjust the volume so it's not super loud. I'm going to make it like 50%. I'll make it 40% on the master volume. And we'll lower it to 12. Okay, we'll do that. That way I don't have to be yelling at the top of my lungs while the benchmark is running. Okay, I'm going to move this over here. And we're going to move this down. Actually, I'm going to move this up because I want to see you guys want to be able to see the benchmark score. I'll put this over here, actually. We'll put this over here, I guess. Okay. Dual Radeons. Take 3. Oh, wait. Is game capture even running? Okay, let's do that. All right, here we go. Hopefully it'll work this time. Let's actually get an actual benchmark run. All right, here we go. AMD Crossfire X. Look at those tachometers light up. Let it rip. Look at that. 100%. 600 watts. 600 watts. With spikes exceeding 1 kilowatt of electricity. Transient loads around 1100 watts. Oh, man. This is what it's like to do true dual GPU gaming. This is the highest of the highest in terms of enthusiast stuff happening right here. Back in the heyday, man, Crossfire, when you saw Crossfire or SLI actually working, it was one of the most satisfying things to witness. This is 1440p maximum settings. DirectX 11. I can already tell it's not performing as it did normally because we are hooking into the game with OBS. So that is going to steal some of the performance. But we're still getting Crossfire scaling. I can already tell it's still outperforming a single graphics card. I gotta remember, don't touch any buttons while this... I wanted to adjust the volume. And I was like, oh, I pressed the, like, down on the volume, and that literally froze up the whole thing. Because of the overlay. Because of the Windows overlay. I turned off the Steam overlay. I turned off the Radeon overlay. That was the only way to get it to, like, not mess up from those things. Man, I can already feel that heat. I can already feel the heat next to my foot here because this computer tower's on the floor. Look at that. Dual GPU. This is the last of its kind. Crossfire ended with the RX Vega 64. NVIDIA supported SLI up to the RTX 3090 Ti, and then that was the end for consumers. So they did go further than AMD. Actually, so AMD, Crossfire ended with Vega, but AMD moved to something called MGPU, multi-GPU, which is not Crossfire. But AMD only supported that for 2 generations. RDNA 1 and RDNA 2. So if you have a 5700 or 5700 XT, you can enable something called MGPU. And if you have an RX 6000 series card, you can also enable MGPU. If you have anything newer than the RX 6000, there is nothing you can do. There is no MGPU option for 7000 series and 9000 series Radeon. And Radeon 7 is the weird one. Radeon 7 literally has like nothing. You cannot turn on Crossfire for Radeon 7. You cannot use MGPU for Radeon 7. So that one literally has like nothing. So Crossfire basically ended with GCN, and MGPU ended with RDNA 2. And that was truly the end of multi-GPU on AMD. So it's actually interesting, now that I think about it, NVIDIA SLI technically ended with the 10 series, because NVLink replaced it on 20 series. And NVLink was only on 20 series and 30 series. Just like how MGPU was on RX 5000 and RX 6000, and then it ended. So in a way, both AMD and NVIDIA kind of killed off multi-GPU around the same time during the pandemic. 2020 to 2022 was like the end. Those were the final years of this bygone era of multi-GPU technology. But man, there's just something about multi-GPU that's so cool. You gotta admit, this stuff is so cool. Seeing two graphics cards put in the work. One thing also to keep in mind is this is the last version of Final Fantasy XIV that was relatively easy to run. We're gonna run another benchmark after this. So this is the Endwalker benchmark from 2021. So we're gonna run the Dawn Trail one from 2 years ago next. And that's gonna show you guys how much they improved the graphics and how much harder the game became to run. Because the jump from Endwalker to Dawn Trail is an enormous jump in terms of system requirements, particularly in the graphics side. Oh man, we're breaking 15,000. $5,800X3D, man. $5,800X3D is just crushing through it. This is with the old graphics. Whoa, 15,000. Oh man, okay. The final score. Extremely high. This is the best score you can get. It doesn't get any higher than extremely high. 15,754 on 1440p maximum preset. That means it's probably going to be way over 100 FPS. And frame pacing smooths it out, so it's not like stuttery. Because that was another thing that was a challenge with multi-GPU. All right, so let me see the details here. So the average frame rate was 108 FPS. The minimum was 36 FPS. That's pretty much the only data that it gives me. I did a run earlier today. So without live streaming, I got 137.9. So basically 138 FPS with Crossfire. And my minimum was 50 FPS versus 36 with the live stream. So the live stream did impact the performance. All right, now we're going to run a different benchmark. We're going to run the Dawn Trail one, which is significantly more challenging. So keep in mind that score, 15,760 something. So now, let's see, I need to make sure. I'm going to have to probably... Oh yeah, I need to lower the volume on this again. Okay, we're going to have to grab this one. That's bench. I need to get the file, so I need to start a run to actually be able to hook into it. All right, here we go. I think I got it. I think I got it. Crossfire is turned on. Here we go. I think I got into it. Oh, no. Hold on. All right. There we go. Yeah, it's a real challenge when you have to hook to it fast enough while it's going into exclusive full screen mode. It's a real challenge because I don't normally stream with full screen exclusive, but in order for this to actually work, you have to be running the application in full screen exclusive mode. And sometimes OBS, when it hooks and you're doing the Crossfire, it corrupts basically the application. Some kind of weird problem happens where the stack overflows and the whole thing gets frozen, and the only way to fix it is to basically reboot the computer because the keyboard doesn't respond, the mouse doesn't respond, so there's nothing I can do except to reboot the computer. So there you go, man. Crossfire is in action. We're getting dual GPU scaling. I can see the AMD Crossfire X logo watermark in the upper right of the screen, so I know it's working. You guys can see both tachometers are at 100% maxed out. I can feel the heat. 600 watts of electricity being dumped into the room. That's not including the CPU. And then on top of that, we're getting over 1,100 watts of transient spikes of electricity. It's so hardcore that the HX 1200 power supply has the fan literally spinning to try to cool down itself. Yeah, it's spinning. That fan is spinning, man. Look at that power supply fan. That 1200 watt power supply fan is going full blast because of all that electricity coming out of it. Oh yeah, I can feel that heat, man. The power supply. Man, those Vegas, 300 watts per card. That's 600 watts. 600 watts. With over 1,100 watts of transient spikes. Oh, you can see the flickering. You can see the flickering. Watch out. There's flickering. There's rendering flickering happening because of Crossfire. Oh, man. Dawn Trail. There's some flicker because that's how you know that multi-GPU. But that's because the frame rate's not high enough. Dawn Trail is significantly harder to run than Endwalker was. Because of the massive, massive visual upgrades that they did. Yeah, that's some pretty bad flicker right there. That's because they started adding post-processing effects, like FSR and DLSS to this version of the game, and that's ultimately what killed off SLI and Crossfire. So if you were a fan of Crossfire and SLI, you can thank DLSS and upscaling technology and FrameGen for killing it off, because that's ultimately what finished it off. Yeah, man, look at that score. These two GPUs are struggling. They are at 100% load, and they are both struggling to get that score up. We were scoring like way over 10,000 points. We got up to like 15,000 points on Endwalker, but on Dawn Trail, we haven't even hit 5,000 yet. And we're like halfway through the benchmark. Man, I can feel that heat. My room is getting warm in here, man. It is getting so warm in here. My power supply is spinning the fan to keep itself alive. And this is a 1200 watt HX 1200. This is why I tell people you cannot skimp on the power supply. Most power supplies right now would have literally shut off the computer by this point because of the amount of transient loads that are hit. That power supply is getting hit left and right with 1100 watt spikes. These are some big spikes. If you were to ever see this on an oscilloscope, it would be scary. It's terrifying stuff to see these type of GPUs. This GPU, 3090, 3090 Ti, 6900 XT, 6950 XT, RTX 5090. These are the GPUs that can literally melt power supplies. You wish I had a thermal camera? Well, it's actually not that hot. It's just like there's no heat that's just being concentrated in a single area. These are blower style coolers. They are exhausting all of their heat out the back. So all that heat is like literally, okay, like right here. Yeah, I can feel my hand. I can feel the heat coming out the back of that computer, man. That's a ton of heat coming out of there. 600 watts of heat just blasting right out. And we only scored standard. Man, this benchmark is so much more challenging than the previous one. Look at that, I didn't even get 6,000 points at 1440p, and that's with dual Vegas. Dawn Trail is no joke compared to Endwalker. This was the massive visual upgrade. Yeah, so what was my score on this one? Just short of 6,000 points. I got standard, which I didn't do too good. So the average frame rate was 41.5 FPS. Minimum frame rate, 29 frames per second. Versus what we just saw with Endwalker, we saw a score of 108 FPS with a minimum of 36. So, huge drop in performance. Yeah, Endwalker. Now I know why the GTX 1080 suffered. We could barely hit 60 in the actual game with the 1080, and now I understand why. Because Dawn Trail is just way, way harder to run than the original version of the game. I can't believe it only scored 41 FPS. No wonder I had to use upscaling. I had to use DLSS to get to like 50 FPS with a GTX 1080 the other day. Now I understand what happened. I don't remember. You have to go back and look in the video, assuming it was one of the games I benchmarked. I don't remember. And I don't have the data on this computer because this is a completely different computer. Man, we're getting 41 with 2 GPUs on that benchmark, and I got 108 on the other benchmark with the 2 GPUs. Now, I'll tell you guys right now, I did a run off stream earlier today, and I got 50.4 FPS with a minimum of 33 FPS in Dawn Trail without live streaming. So the live stream definitely impacts the performance by a lot. We went from 50 FPS down to 41 FPS. And then on the other benchmark, I went from 137 FPS down to 108 FPS. So that's a significant drop just from live streaming. So keep that in mind. So the encoder on the GPU does impact the frame rate on these older GPUs. Definitely more so than modern GPUs. And we are streaming with HEVC, H.265, because these GPUs do not have AV1. Yeah, man, I'm cooling off now. The AC is running full blast. Like this is there's like a heat cloud under my table, under my desk right now. Cause like see like right here, there's the desk. There's the HD 7970 Asus Matrix Platinum. But man, like this thing This thing was hanging on for dear life. That fan was going like crazy. I could feel all the heat coming out the back. And these two, there was just insane amount of heat coming out there. That was scary stuff. That was scary stuff. I mean, there's something. I mean, it's cool. It's cool to witness it. It is not cool to maintain these high wattage GPUs. These high wattage GPUs, man. $67 at 4K. The Super Flower can handle it. I don't know about Seasonic. My Seasonic 1000 watt could not handle this, so I got rid of that Seasonic. Because Seasonic was too strict. If the Seasonic is one of the newer ones that has the 12 volt high power, then that one will be fine. But I don't trust the older Seasonics. The whole reason why I got this... The whole reason why I got this HX 1200 was because my Seasonic 1000 watt, I had a Seasonic Prime 1000 80 plus titanium. It would not handle these GPUs. It would literally shut off while doing this benchmark run. So I immediately got rid of Seasonic and went to Corsair for that reason. And never looked back. So I haven't had a Seasonic power supply in years. It's been like 9 years. It's all because of these GPUs. These GPUs are the reason why I got rid of Seasonic. But this was my first exposure to super high wattage GPUs. Now, one of them by themselves is okay. The problem is when you have two of them. That's when it becomes problematic. Because we're talking 300 plus 300. That's 600 watts. 600 watts of waste heat being dumped into the room. That is a lot of power. Think about that. 600 watts of electricity waste heat just being expelled into the air, into the room. Imagine gaming for like hours and having 600 watts of heat just being dumped into the room continuously. That is totally not practical. All right, let me see what because I rebooted the computer so many times, I have no idea how long the total stream runtime is. Actually, let me check from YouTube. I could probably tell from YouTube. No, YouTube doesn't even tell me because I've had to like reopen the browser multiple times. Actually, hold on, I can figure it out. So we start around, okay, so we've been live for like 3 hours. Almost 3 hours. So I don't know. I kind of think this is 2 hours 30. Okay, never mind. Let's actually try. I don't know. I'm kind of it feels like it's kind of a lost cause to try Steam games because it seems like so far if I try to force it in the Steam game, it just kind of like messes up and I have to reboot the whole computer. Because all these modern games just don't seem to want to do Crossfire. So I will actually try the actual game. So let me try Final Fantasy XIV, the actual game, not the benchmark. So let's see if this works. Hopefully this doesn't like freeze up again like what happened with the Dawn Trail. Okay, it seems like it's starting up. It hasn't froze on me yet. Oh, you know why? It's because Crossfire's not. Oh, Crossfire's in the default. Oh wait, hold on. I think I know why. Hold on. Ah, borderless windowed mode. I gotta go to full screen mode. Hold on. Before I do. Well, actually, we might as well do it first. Let's do this first. All right, 1440p. 144 hertz maximum. Please don't. Oh, Crossfire's on. Uh-oh. You can see. You can see the tachometers don't lie. Crossfire's activated in Final Fantasy XIV Dawn Trail. Maximum settings. 1440p. Hold on, I'll get it to hook in first. I want to at least try to get the game up and running before I attempt to do that, because last time I did that, it froze. So let's make sure maximum 1440p. Okay. Connect to the data center. 600 watts. The server is currently congested. Players in queue 19. Alright, hold on. I want to at least get into the game world before we try to hook in. I don't want to, like, try OBS while I'm trying to log in, and then it goes and freezes the whole thing and everything's screwed up, so we're not going to do that yet. Look at those tachometers, man. Vega 64 tachometer. AMD needs to bring back their reference cards with blower-style coolers, and they need to put those tachometers back on their GPUs. These tachometers are so useful to gauge what's happening. Alright, I'm afraid to try this. I have a feeling this is gonna mess up the whole thing. Alright, we're gonna try. We're gonna try to hook in. Please don't freeze. Please don't freeze. Oh. Oh. Oh man, we're in. Crossfire is enabled. All right. All overlays are disabled though, so that doesn't mess up. All right, this is the game with Crossfire. And I can feel I'm getting about 40 something FPS right now. This is not 60. This is sub 60. So, one of the things I'm curious to try... Okay, now it's smoother. Hold on. Oh, now it's getting smooth. I guess that was the anti-malware service executable from Windows was probably slowing it down. All right, now it's smoother. Yeah, man. Crossfire. This is it. Oh, wow. You can play Final Fantasy XIV Dawn Trail in 2026 with Crossfire. This is insane. This is 1440p max settings on 9-year-old graphics cards. Look at that. That's impressive, man. 9-year-old graphics. It takes 2 9-year-old graphics cards to play Final Fantasy XIV at 1440p. Have I experienced? I have never seen a PSU explode. 128 gigs of DDR4 ECC for... Yeah, but I would question if it actually is in working condition at that price. That price seems questionable. Like if the RAM itself is defective. Or it can't run at a certain speed. But it's ECC, so it's like, who cares about speed? Yeah, man, this seems like it's working. Well, I actually managed to get one game. I managed to get one game to run. It's not a very new game, but I managed to get one game to run. And this is a game that I actually play, so that's cool. Well, there you guys go, man. Crossfire. Check it out. Look at, I can feel, my room is heating up. I can feel it. I can feel the 600 watts. I can feel the 600 watts. This is so impractical because the amount of energy, the energy consumption, the power consumption alone, just to play this old game is just so, like, what are we doing here? Man, it's getting hot in here. Look at those tachometers going. Look at that. The way I know that it works pretty good is because to get it working, I didn't have to go and try those special modes. All I had to do was go in and set Crossfire to default mode, and it works. And it's stable. So, alright, let's, And the cool thing is I don't see any like flickering or weird stuff because I remember for a while they had a bug in the game where the character names, like the names over their heads, if you had Crossfire turn, there was a bug. I guess AMD or maybe Square Enix fixed it, where if you had multi-GPU, the names would either flicker and disappear or they would appear way too large. This is actually running better than the GTX 1080. That's because the GTX 1080 SLI wasn't even doing anything. At least these GPUs are actually working. Now you got to make a lot of concessions to get it to work. You can't have any overlays running. You can't try to like cause the Windows overlays to do anything. But hey, once it's working, it's working. So we're actually getting the GPU scaling. So pretty impressive stuff. All right. Forza Horizon. Let's go. Drive around. All right, let's fly. Oh, yeah. Oh, there's like a fate going on over there. I can tell, though, that the... Okay, now, it's like the frame rate over there. There's some kind of weird object culling problem that, Alright, here we are. Look at this. This game is actually really cool. This game is cool, man. This game's got style. Well, I know there were some people that really wanted to see the Vega 64 Crossfire in action, so hopefully they got the stream notification and were able to tune in. Because this is probably the last time we're going to do this. We're not going to do this again because the heat in the room is just very off-putting right now. And yeah, this is kind of the extent of what multi-GPU is like in 2026. To get it to work, you have to jump through a lot of hoops. Now, to AMD's credit, the drivers that I'm using are literally the most recent drivers for Vega. These drivers are from last month, so they're not that old. And the fact that they still let me turn on Crossfire and they still have access to all the different modes, like the AFR compatible, AFR alternate, optimized 1x1, even though most of them don't really do anything or they cause your system to be unstable and crash the game or whatever, at least it's all still there. So if you guys want me to do more multi-GPU content, let me know if you want to see MGPU, because MGPU is something that I have not yet revisited in a long time. So MGPU is different from what we've shown. Hold on, let's go back to old DAW. I don't want to like try to boot up Paint and the game like hard freezes or whatever because I alt tab out of the game. And that might cause a problem. So before we do any of that, let's just go back into the town. I don't want it to freeze me out here. Not that I think it's gonna freeze. It's just in case. Because then I'm gonna have to log back into the game and then teleport myself back to the city, and you know. So let's just fly back in. Yeah, this seems playable. It just seems very, very impractical because of 600 watts. 600 watts is not for gaming. Just saying. Like, literally, as someone sitting here, experiencing 600 watts in person, in close proximity to 600 watts of heat from 2 GPUs, 300 plus 300, yeah, it is not a very nice experience. So people who use 5090 and they actually game with uncapped frame rates, I question their endurance and their actual, like, I don't know. Because to me, I would never do that. 600 watts gaming is stupid, to be honest. So, yeah. If you guys want to see me do multi-GPU again, what I was going to say is... Okay, so as I was saying, the different multi-GPUs are as follows. So you have NVIDIA, so you have the NVIDIA ones, NVIDIA SLI, you have NVIDIA SLI, you have NVIDIA NVLink, and then you have, or actually, yeah, well, okay, GeForce SLI, NVIDIA NVLink, you have Radeon Crossfire X, and well, there was the older one and there was Radeon. I don't really know what the difference is. I kind of think Crossfire X is where they get rid of the actual bridge, and then there was AMD M GPU. So these are the different techniques. These are the different techniques that exist in the ecosystem. These are the different options for multi-GPU. GeForce SLI ended with GTX 10 series. NVIDIA NVLink for consumer ended with RTX 30 series. So there is currently there are no options, no modern options for multi-GPU scaling for NVIDIA-based graphics cards beyond the RTX 3090 Ti. And then for Radeon, this, I believe, ended with HD 7900 or HD 7000. Crossfire X ended with RX Vega, which is what we have demonstrated on this stream. So AMD M GPU ended with RX 6000 series. So there is another type of multi-GPU out there that I have not actually tested in a long time. So if you want to do, so today, if you want to do NVIDIA SLI, the best option is dual GTX 1080 Ti. This is the pinnacle of SLI. That's as good as it's going to get. You cannot get any better than that. And then if you're going consumer NVLink, if you want to do NVLink, the best option is dual RTX 3090 Ti. That, I can tell you, is already a recipe for disaster, because you're talking 450 plus 450. You're talking 900 watts of electricity at full load when you got both GPUs actually being utilized. So if you thought Vega at 600 watts was scary, just wait till you see 900 watts or 1,000 watts, because sometimes those 3090 Ti's pull like 500 watts per card. So that's like a kilowatt, and that's not, we're not even talking about the spikes. The spikes on that can exceed 1,300 to 1,400 watts of electricity with dual GPUs. So that is, you need to have a 1,650 watt minimum power supply if you want to do NVLink dual 3090 Ti's. Just saying. So those are the NVIDIA options. And then for the AMD options, so it's like Crossfire X. The best option is dual RX Vega 64, which is currently what we're actually demonstrating here. You can see that the second GPU has gone to sleep. The Radeon logo turned off. it turned off, and you can see the green standby light. And it woke up. I don't know why it woke up. It just decided to do something. Okay, went back to sleep. Oh, look, it woke up again. Now went back to sleep again. So yeah, it's like Windows is doing stuff. All right, so that's the best option for Crossfire. And then finally, for AMD MGPU, the best option is dual RX 6950/6900 XT. That is the pinnacle of AMD's MGPU. Whereas NVIDIA got NVLink, which ended with 3090 Ti, AMD ended with 6950 XT. After those GPUs, after the 3090 Ti and the 6950 XT, there are no, I repeat, there are no supported multi-GPU options within the drivers from both NVIDIA and AMD. For consumer, for gamers. For gamers. And when I say multi-GPU, I'm talking about linking the cards. So what do I mean by that? I mean, I link the cards. Link 0. Link 0. They're linked together. That's how you know Crossfire or MGPU or NVLink or SLI is actually enabled. So if you do not see Link 0, you don't have multi-GPU enabled, even if you physically have two of the same graphics card installed in the computer. You have to have that Link 0 in Task Manager to confirm that it's actually enabled properly. And then at the driver level, what does that look like? So just to show that, so in the Radeon, hold on, where? Okay, it's gaming. All right. So in here, just to show this for a second, you go to gaming, you go to graphics. So global graphics, so normally the advanced is hidden away. So you'll go to advanced. Okay, I don't know why. Why does this not update? Okay, maybe that's why. Okay. So you go in here. Gaming, graphics. So global graphics. The advanced tab is typically hidden. You enable that. You scroll down. There, if you have graphics cards that support, if you have the hardware that is allowed to enable Crossfire, you will see an option here. AMD Crossfire enables multi-GPU operation. And the highlight here, it says use two GPUs together to improve performance, only works in supported games. You enable this, and then you get the Link 0 group in the Task Manager, and that's how you know it's on. If you want to confirm, you can turn on the Crossfire logo. This is what I did. It adds a watermark logo when you have the game running in full screen exclusive mode, which signifies that you are actually getting Crossfire scaling for the game. So that's turned off by default. I turned that on so I can confirm Crossfire. And that's why I was getting all hyped up and excited earlier when we started those Final Fantasy benchmarks, and all of a sudden I was getting all excited. That's because I saw that Crossfire logo in the upper right of the screen, so I knew it was happening. And then you turn on frame pacing so it smooths it out, so it doesn't have the weird micro stutters. That was a huge problem for a long time with multi-GPU. And that's basically how you get it working. Now, if I had my dual RX 5700 XTs installed, I would not have the option for Crossfire. Instead, I would have something that says AMD MGPU, standing for multi-GPU. That is the modern multi-GPU that works with DirectX 12 and newer games, including, I think Vulkan might also work with MGPU. So that only will show up if you have two RDNA 1 or two RDNA 2. So you can have RX 5000 or RX 6000. That will give you the M GPU option in here. If you have dual 7000 series, so like if you have dual 7900 XTs or 7900 XTXs or whatever, you will have no option to enable multi-GPU because it is unsupported. Likewise, if you have Radeon 7, you will get no option to enable Crossfire. So just public service announcement for anybody who's interested in doing this. Just know that there are a lot of caveats to get it working. You have to have supported graphics cards. And as time goes by, as you guys have seen, the graphics cards get older and older and older, and this technology goes the way of the dinosaurs, unfortunately. So it's a very cool technology. When you get to see it in action, it's fun to see it actually working. There was just too many hurdles in terms of development efforts, and the payoff was so, it just wasn't really there, you know. Like, it was really a way for AMD and Nvidia to sell you more GPUs to the same customer, but if the games were not supporting it, then it just kind of defeats the whole purpose. But anyway, guys, that's probably going to do it for this live stream. That was a look at AMD Crossfire and the current state of multi-GPU. So here's the question. The final question. This is going to be the only poll question. Do you want to see MGPU in a future gaming stream? Yes or no? Because this is the last multi-GPU that we can show is MGPU. I don't have any NVLink GPUs. I have a single 3090 Ti, so I cannot do NVLink because first of all, I don't have an NVLink bridge, and second of all, I don't have a second 3090 Ti. So we cannot show NVLink, unfortunately. But we can show MGPU if you guys are interested in seeing that. And that's probably going to be either dual 5700 XTs for simplicity, or it will actually be a 6950 XT combined with a 6900 XT in MGPU mode. Both of them AMD reference cards. Oh, wow, it's 50-50. The Radeon. So far, it's 50-50. Someone's going to have to vote to break the tie. This ain't a soccer game, guys. This ain't the World Cup. There can't be a tie. Yet, a lot of people haven't voted. We just need one vote. Okay. So the final vote is no, so we will not be showing MGPU. Instead, we're going to go to the Nintendo Switch 2. Nintendo Switch 2. Here we come. So, that will be the... Yeah, people, I guess, are tired of the power consumption. I don't know. They want the energy efficiency of the Nintendo Switch 2. There was a comment, someone was saying something about the Nintendo Switch earlier. I don't know what... I forgot what the comment was. Someone was mentioning Nintendo Switch way earlier on in the stream. You already showed us a prior, the duel. That was a while back, though. And I forget what I was trying to do with that, because that was... So I remember that, and I also did GTX 1080 in SLI around that time. So maybe you're right. Maybe, okay. I have to go back and look at that stream, like what I actually was trying to accomplish by showing dual 5700 XT. You're right, I did do that. I remember it was actually, this was the computer case that I used for that. I remember that. The reason why I use this computer case, for those wondering, is because this computer case, first of all, this is my very first computer case for my very first computer build back in like 2006. Second of all, it is compact enough to conveniently fit. Look at that. Oh, that's some terrible cable management. You can look at this. The power supply goes at the top. That's how you know it's an old case. And the inside of it isn't even painted black. It's just basic metal. You know what I'm saying? Like aluminum. Look at that. And the graphics cards go at the bottom. It fits a full ATX board. I mean, it's a mid-tower case from the mid-2000s. There's a Noctua intake fan down there. And that's pretty much it. But the reason why I use it is because it's easy to fit blower-style 2-slot GPUs in here without having to do anything. Now, I can't fit a giant graphics card in here. Like, I don't think... In fact, this thing... I might be able to fit this Asus Matrix Platinum in here, but I don't know. Well, there's no point in me doing like an old GPU because the old GPU is just way too weak. So we're not going to be doing 5090 and we're not going to be doing 4090. 4090 might show up in a different computer at a certain point. 5090 is not going to go anywhere. 5090 is going to stay in the Tech Thursdays computer. So no, don't expect to see 5090 anytime soon outside of Tech Thursdays episodes. And then... Yeah, I may revisit 4090. 4090's been sitting in a box for basically all year, collecting dust. So I don't know. Maybe that will be used for something. I mean, the thing that I was planning to do was do something with this computer, 3090 Ti and 3080 Ti. We already kind of did this, but that was mainly for Switch 2. So there's 3090 Ti just sitting here with that NVLink bridge, or the NVLink finger right in there. So I don't know, maybe Ampere? But yeah, no, we're not going to be doing anything with 5090. Definitely not. Maybe 4090 at some point with the 9950X3D2. But that's what I would do. We're not going to do anything with DDR4. There's no point in me even doing... I don't see the point in doing that. What we will do though, so because people are voting no on the... Oh, no, we're back to 50-50 though, so someone still has to break the tie. But because we've been doing... We have this CPU now, 5800X3D. We're going to also revisit 2 Intel CPUs. So I mentioned last time the 11700K with DDR4, because it's only with DDR4, and the 12700K will also be with DDR4. So we're going to be testing some Intel DDR4 based systems, because we've been doing a bunch of AMD Ryzen CPUs with DDR4 recently. We did Zen 2, we did Zen 3, and now we're doing Zen 3 X3D. So we need to do 11 gen and 12 gen with DDR4. And what we're going to do, I have decided on the GPU. Based off of the conversation that we've had on this stream, I have now decided the GPU that will be utilized for the next coming live streams. And that GPU will be the RX 6950 XT. This will be the GPU. I've just decided that will be the GPU that we will use for the Intel CPUs. And we will also use it with the 5800 X3D. You want to see that 5800 CPU with modern equipment? Well, I'm going to... The reason why we're going with this... The reason why we're going with this is because this GPU, I think, is a good representative of the enthusiast class levels of performance that you could that kind of hits across the board. It has a very widespread range in terms of what sort of results are representative of the average gaming PC throughout the pandemic era, because you had most computers with really like lackluster or non-apparent ray tracing capabilities. You had a bunch of people on 20 series which couldn't really do ray tracing that well. You had a bunch of people on 5000 series AMD. You had a bunch of people on older GTX 10 series. You had a mishmash of some people who managed to buy 3080s, people who managed to buy 6800s. So I think this kind of encompasses the overall average. You had a bunch of gamers who couldn't do ray tracing, and I think this kind of represents a lot of that, because that includes everything as far back to like 2060, 2070, 2080, 2080 Ti, 5700, 5700 XT, Vega 64s, 1080 Tis, etc. Basically everything up until that point. And the other thing is this GPU debuted in the same time frame as 5800X3D. So the best AMD GPU you could pair up with the 5800X3D when it was brand new was, in fact, the 6950 XT. The best NVIDIA GPU you could pair up with this CPU was the RTX 3090 Ti. So those are the two options. And because my 3090 Ti is currently in one of my DDR5 computers, I literally showed it to you guys 5 minutes ago, I've decided we're going to go with 6950 XT, mainly because I know I can fit the 6950 XT in this computer case. I don't know if I can fit 3090 Ti. I think 3090 Ti is a little bit too tall. It's too long to fit in this old, ancient computer case. So, and I can't really take the front parts out because they're molded into the case. You can see right here. I am quite limited on the amount of space I've got for what can fit in here. The reference 6950 XT is just barely going to make it, because it's about the same amount of length as these Vegas. But the 3090 Ti is too long. I already measured it earlier. It's longer than these cards. The 3080 Ti can fit in this case, and it's a dual slot card. But that card is not as powerful as 3090 Ti and 6950 XT. Although 6950 XT is kind of weird. It's kind of like in between the 3090 Ti. Sometimes it's really close to 3090 Ti. Other times it's weaker and it's closer to 3080 Ti. So it's kind of like in the middle. But I can fit it in here easily. So that's probably what I'm going to go with. But I think that gives us a good representation of a computer that an enthusiast might have built with the 5800X3D or the 11700K or the 12700K back in that time. So that's kind of what we're gonna do. Is that your Red Devil Special Edition card? Which one? Oh, you're talking about the box right next to the Astral? Yes, that is the 7900 XTX. There's actually nothing in that box, by the way. The 700 XTX is actually in an eGPU enclosure. It's actually in use for like external graphics cards. So, yeah. No, I don't have a lot of GPUs that are just sitting around ready to go. The 4090 is sitting in a box somewhere. And other than the the Sapphire Nitro is in a box over there on the wall. So yeah, I've got a 7900 XTX sitting around doing nothing in a box, and I've got a 4090 Founders Edition sitting in a box doing absolutely nothing. But yeah, everything else, all the modern GPUs are mostly all field deployed. It's not like they're not being used. Okay. Oh no. Someone just voted for yes on MGPU. Someone voted yes on MGPU, guys. That means we're gonna have to do dual 5700 XTs, or we can do 6950 XT plus 6900 XT. Now I'm actually kind of afraid to do that though, because those GPUs are very, very dangerous when there's two of them together. Those spike worse than Vega, and they use more watts, slightly more watts than Vega, and they're axial, so it's hard to handle the heat. The heat will get dumped into the case. So I'll have to like remove the side panel. It's gonna be really bad. So I don't know. Oh, now it's back up to 50-50 again. I don't know. Could someone just vote no? Or yes? Somebody needs to vote, man. Someone needs to break the tie. We need to end the live stream. Someone needs to vote. I don't care at this point, yes or no, it doesn't matter to me. If someone votes yes, we're gonna do some kind of dual GPU again. If someone votes no, we're gonna skip and we're gonna go straight to 6950 XT. I kind of wish I was doing this next year though, because 6950 XT doesn't have FSR 4 yet, so it's gonna be FSR 3 again. I can't vote. YouTube doesn't let the host vote. I don't know why. I mean, I guess I understand why, but still, it's kind of weird. I can't vote, so that's kind of lame. I can't click on my own poll to vote. Someone needs to vote. I don't care if you vote no. It's not a big deal. We'll just skip over the multi GPU, and if someone votes yes, then we'll just do multi GPU. I can't believe it's dead even though. It's really like 4 versus 4. Okay, someone voted. That's it. I'm closing the poll. It's over. It's done. There we go. No wins, 56-44. So we will be skipping multi GPU. So no Radeon MGPU. So this one Crossfire stream is like the one Radeon multi GPU one that we're gonna do. This Crossfire one, and that's it. Okay, so that means next time, if we're not streaming Star Fox on Switch 2, we're gonna be streaming 6950 XT on either an Intel computer or the 5800X3D. Probably 5800X3D. I want to get 5800X3D out of the way. Then we'll go and probably build the Intel. I mean, I've got one of the Intel computers built. So I've already built. Maybe I'll do 11th gen as a live stream build. So 12700K, what I can tell you guys, this is already built. Like this CPU is ready to go. 12700K is just waiting. It's like waiting. I just got to put a GPU in there and we're ready to go. The the 11700K, this thing, the official Olympic CPU, Intel's Olympic CPU from 2021, the Tokyo Olympics. This was the official CPU of the Olympics. Yeah, I've got it right here. 11700K, LGA 1200. I need to build this computer. It's not built. The problem is I don't have a computer case for it. So I'm going to have to tear apart one of my existing computers to build it. Probably the Intel 12th gen or this AMD 5800X3D. I kind of don't want to mess with the AMD computer because the problem with it is, it's not really a problem, but you guys can see it's a old case, and this case is a pain to mess with because there's no cutout on the back of the where the motherboard goes. So like if I have to swap the cooler, if I want to install the Noctua mount for the Intel CPU, I literally have to do it outside the motherboard. I can't put the motherboard in and then do the cooler. Like I have to do everything outside the motherboard and then finally put it in when it's done, because this case doesn't have a cutout on the back. So it's really a pain to assemble in here. So I may end up having to swap the 12. So we may end up doing 12700K first, and then revisiting 11700K second, which is going to be kind of weird because we're talking like big performance regression by doing that. But you guys voted 11700K, so 5800X3, we'll definitely be looking at that with a more powerful GPU. Mark is saying 5800. No, we're definitely going to do 50. Oh, you want to do 5800X3D next? Okay. Okay, we'll do 5800X3D on the next live stream with the 6950 XT. I think that'll be a good combination because, like I said earlier, that is a very relevant combination. Because think about it, if somebody built their PC in 2022, 4 years ago, at this point in time, if somebody wanted to build the most powerful gaming rig on the planet, they had two options. They could either go 5800X3D or 12700K. I guess technically they could also go 12900K, but 12700K was basically the same performance because the E-cores caused a lot of problems on Windows 10 back then, so you didn't really want the E-cores. So 12700K was the way to go because you still get the 8P cores. So you could go 5800X3D or 12700K, and these two GPUs were the best GPUs at this point in time. Because this was before the 4090. This was before Zen 4. This was before 13th gen. So we're in that weird transition point. We are technically in the same scenario right now, where we're waiting for Zen 6. We're waiting for Nova Lake. So literally the best you can do right now is a Zen 5 X3D with the RTX 5090. So you think about 4 years ago, the best GPU was the 3090 Ti, and the AMD one was the 6950 XT. And then you had those two CPUs. So I think this is a very good combination to show. So we'll do the same thing again. We'll do 12700K with 6950 XT. The reason why I'm doing this is, again, I want to see what it's like for a gamer who built a top-of-the-line system 4 years ago and has never upgraded since that point in time. And I think DDR4 on 12th gen is far more relevant for a computer from that time frame, because DDR5 back then was insanely expensive, and today it is also insanely expensive. So DDR4 is what we will use with a 12700K, because that was literally what I was using 4 years ago. So I think it's very relevant. Have you ever done a video about cleaning out your PC, like vacuuming and cleaning? No, but I can tell you what I do. Do you want me to make a video? I mean, it's probably not gonna be a very popular video because I'll just tell you what I do. So this is what I do. Hold on. So I'm somebody who I'm somebody who is very basic stuff here. So this is what I use to clean the thermal paste off the CPU. I don't use alcohol. I don't use anything. All I use is a like tissue paper. I literally take a tissue paper. I take the CPU. I take the cooler off the CPU, and I literally just wipe the thermal paste off using a regular tissue. No alcohol, no nothing. I wipe it off, and then I take the CPU out, I put the other CPU in, and then I proceed to put this stuff. I don't even know. Okay, this is what I use. There it is. HY510 thermal paste. This is the thermal paste that I use. I don't use PTM. I don't use expensive whatever thermal paste. I use the cheapest of the cheap thermal paste. I don't use alcohol to clean the CPU. I don't do any of that nonsense. I don't believe any of that's necessary. So if I made a video about that, I don't think it'd be a very popular video. But I can tell you right now, as someone who literally swapped from FX 8350, did a board swap recently for all these streams to 3800X, to 5800X, and now 5800X 3D. That's what I did. I did not use any alcohol. I just wipe it with a tissue paper. I take the CPU out the socket. I put the new CPU in the socket. Put that thermal paste on. I don't spread the thermal paste. I just put a rice grain of thermal paste in the middle of the IHS. Drop the Noctua cooler on top of it or the Wraith Prism. Put it on. Done deal. That's it. No custom contact plates. I don't believe any of that stuff. I'm not saying that it doesn't work. I'm saying that I change my CPUs so often, I change my motherboards so often, that I don't care about all those extra steps. I don't want to deal with any of that nonsense. So no thermal grizzly contact plate, none of that stuff. It's all. I'm not saying you can't do it. I'm just saying I personally don't do it. It's a waste of time. No D-lid, I ain't got time for that. Frankly, I ain't got time for that. No, it's a waste of time. Waste of time. So, no. You don't need alcohol to clean a CPU. You don't need, none of that stuff. So, I mean, I guess I'm way too practical when it comes to these things. But I can pretty much guarantee you guys. See, here's the thing, guys. A lot of people don't know this, but, let me tell you guys something. People who assemble electronics in the factory, they don't use alcohol to clean that stuff because it comes out of the thing like pristine. And I'll tell you guys another thing. People who repair stuff like en masse. I'm not talking about I'm not talking about random repair shops. Like, I'm not talking about like Salem, Techsperts, and those guys. No, that guy, he will use alcohol and all that stuff. I'm talking about if you buy a laptop or if you buy a pre-build and you have something wrong with it and you have to send it in for an RMA or for like a warranty repair, typically a warranty repair, what I can tell you, the repair shops that fix your stuff, they don't use alcohol to clean those CPUs. They do exactly what I do. They wipe it off. They put the new one in. They put a blob of, they do not spread the thermal paste. They put a blob of thermal paste, smack that thing on there, done deal. You know why I know this? I used to work in one of those places. I used to fix laptops for a living that were warranty repair. And I know what it's like. That's like a sweatshop, man. And you got a quota. You got to fix like 8 or 9 laptops a day, like within like 8 hours. And if you're not meeting your numbers, you're out of there. So no one's going to be wasting time using alcohol and all this extra steps. No. Everyone's working. Time is money. Everyone's going fast. You're tearing down that laptop within like 1 minute. In 45 seconds, you've got the laptop torn down all the way to the motherboard. So no. I don't believe in that. Like, I'm not saying you can't do it. I'm just saying that the difference that it makes is like 0%. 0% difference. Because if you're sitting there trying to like use alcohol to clean a thing, like your coworkers are on the other benches, they're gonna be looking over at you like, this dude ain't gonna be here in like 2 weeks. You're too slow, man. And those are the type of places that fix Dell, HP, Lenovo, etc. All those computers, they go to those type of places. And those places, the in and out, quick. In and out, fix that stuff quick. Send it back. Get it done. None of this wasting time. So this stuff about thermal paste applicator, you got to use a credit card to spread the thermal paste. No. That's a waste of time, man. Waste of time. Absolute waste of time. The pressure of the heatsink flattens it out like a pancake and gives it even spread. Complete waste of time. I've been building computers since 2006, so I know exactly what I'm talking about. Since when did Micron make laptops? One of your first jobs was RMA for Micron lap. What do you mean by Micron laptop? Micron laptops? Oh, you mean like Micron, the company, like corporate laptops? I used to fix. So when I first started fixing laptops, I was fixing Compaq and HP, and then they moved me over because I was really good. So they moved me over to Lenovo. So I got to fix Lenovo laptops, and that's how I learned that Lenovo laptops are a lot better than a bunch of other brands. That's how I know that. Because you barely ever had to fix them, and when you did, you could tell that they were well engineered internally. They only let the people that are really good work on the Lenovo laptops. That's what I remember. Like, they didn't let any new guy touch the Lenovo laptops. If you were brand new, they had you fixing the Black Friday $300 specials. You know what I'm saying? Will not run the latest version. Well, an old computer though. Yeah, if it's not on the list of supported CPUs, then that's probably why. But I don't know. All right, guys. The sad thing was RMA was a promotion from normal builds. Micron back in the day built. Oh, I didn't know that. I didn't know Micron built laptops. Hold on. How do I want to try to. Man, I'm probably going to do this off stream, but I was trying to see if I could get back into Final Fantasy 14 and like disable the Crossfire. I guess I could disable it in Radeon settings. Because that's going to be a pain to try to get back into that game later with it not working. Actually, I want to try one more game here. This is probably not going to work with Crossfire. I don't expect it to. Okay, good. It's not doing Crossfire because I don't see the Crossfire logo, and also only one of the GPU's tachometers is doing something. You have the old Z390. So that's like a little bit weaker than my Zen 2 3800X that we showcased like a week or two ago on stream. I mean, it's still okay, but the problem is you have such little amount of RAM. 16 gigs of RAM in 2026 is not good. So that's the only problem. To me, that's not really usable. because it's only 16 gigs. You can't really play like any modern games and have modern applications running in the background. You know what I'm saying? With 16 gigs of RAM, because Windows is so bloated. And even if you didn't have a lot of things running, it would just still not be. It just wouldn't run well. That computer with 32 or 64 gigs of RAM might actually still be okay. Because just go and look at what the results show for the 3800X. Now, granted, I didn't test 3800X with a modern GPU, so it could probably perform a little bit better. I just know that you're going to be CPU bottlenecked in like every game. Like every modern game that you play with that platform, you're going to be CPU bottlenecked. Even if you were to play Final Fantasy XIV, Dawn Trail, you would be CPU bottlenecked with that platform. Like, severely CPU bottlenecked because of the changes they made to the game. You'd definitely be CPU bottlenecked in Monster Hunter, I can say that. Yeah. So, I don't know. Let's see how the 5800X... I think we're going to be Vega. Vega is going to be the huge bottleneck here. Just like the 1080 was. Wow, the 5800X 3D actually compiled that relatively quickly. For an old 8-core with not a very high clock speed either. Some settings have been reconfigured to match detected hardware. That's because we can't use DLSS. Well, actually, we couldn't even use DLSS with the other computer. Okay, this is already a problem. 1440p, that is not going to work. So let's drop this to 1080p. And I guess I can turn back on the overlay. I think it's safe to do that since the second GPU is not gonna mess anything up anymore. Let's try this. Oh, maybe I have to restart the game? Yeah, I may have to I may have to restart the game to get... I don't see the overlay, even though I re-enabled it in Steam. Oh well, whatever. We'll just, Wait, hold on. Let's do this. 1080p. Can we do... I'm almost afraid to try this. Let's just do it. Let's see. Okay, wow. Okay, that worked. I was afraid that it was gonna, like, freeze. Oh, now the overlay comes back. Okay. So it defaulted to high settings with balanced mode. So I don't know why it thinks so highly of Vega 64. Because this is definitely gonna not work that well. But we'll see how things look when we get into the actual game. Okay, we're in. And already I can tell. Whoa, man. It's like way... Why is it so... Okay, because we have frame gen on. I was going to say, like, man, it's actually really smooth. It's... You know what? I actually think the reason why this is so much better is not because of Vega versus 1080, but because we're actually using a 5800X 3D. This game is notoriously CPU bottlenecked, but with frame gen on the 5800X, we were not getting this smooth of a frame rate, which means 5800X 3D is putting in a lot of work, and we were hitting what, like 80? Weren't we at like 100% CPU utilization on the DDR3 CPUs? And then on Zen 2, man, I gotta go back and look at the streams now. I think 3800X was at like 80%, 70 to 80% CPU. I don't think, unfortunately, I forgot to test the 5800X with this game. I don't know if I did on stream. But man, the difference that the X3D is making, the GPU is pegged at 99%. We're getting 72 FPS. Obviously, we have frame gen on because of Vega being so old. And we are actually at 52% to 56% CPU utilization. That's actually really good. Wow. Man, who would have thought X3D can breathe that much life into a DDR4 platform? Now I understand why all those Star Citizen people were freaking out when the CPU first came out. Because Star Citizen was so CPU bound. And then this CPU came out and they're like, hey man, I can finally get above 60 FPS in a crowded city in Star Citizen. And this is like the only CPU that can do it. That was a big deal 4 years ago. Tuned 14900K. You do realize the key word there. Tuned. Tuned. You gotta do work. You gotta do work. This is literally like free. You just turn it on and it works. And also, 14900K, the only way 14900K can win is with DDR5 RAM. Try 14900K with DDR4 3200 and see what happens. You know why I know that? You're talking to someone who has a Raptor Lake system. I have one with my 75-inch TV in the living room. So I know exactly how that CPU runs. Why would I do 3200? Because we're talking about DDR4. We're not talking about DDR5. You weren't here when we started the series of these live streams. The whole goal of this mini series of live streams is to revisit DDR4. So talking about a tuned 1400K, assuming DDR5 is like super tone deaf. Just FYI. It's completely irrelevant. Unless you're talking DDR4, it's irrelevant. That being said, we are going to talk about DDR5. We will be looking at DDR5 later on. But the goal of this is to revisit DDR4. Because the whole question was, can you game, like how relevant is gaming on an older platform in this day and age when computer hardware is at an all-time high in terms of the price? Nobody wants to buy a DDR5 right now for obvious reasons. So the question it becomes, can you get away with DDR4 in 2026? We did DDR3 a few weeks ago. This whole thing started with DDR3. And DDR3 was terrible. DDR3 showed us that you can't play modern games on DDR3. DDR3 is like, it's just out. It's just out. But DDR4 is actually still pretty good. DDR3 may only be usable in the current day on Xeon or something like that. Yeah, I guess. But again, you're still so bottlenecked with DDR3 that it just seems... Yeah, I was thinking, but you do know that like DDR3 on X79 was DDR3. So if you're trying to say like quad channel DDR3, you're still talking about a computer from like 2013, 2012. So that's still a really old computer. even with quad channel memory. I don't know if that would even make much of a difference, because quad channel memory in gaming hasn't really shown much benefit. So I don't know. I highly doubt that it would be any different, because I kind of think that the last DDR3 CPUs, which is what we literally showed a few weeks ago, they just can't carry the games. They don't have enough power. You know, like, they're just too old. And then you couple that with DDR3, so then they have, like, really weak memory bandwidth. It just wasn't good, man. Like, that's the problem that we ran into. I mean, it's all on stream. It's all there on the streams. So we've shown exactly what DDR3 looks like and how it performs with modern games. What about HEDT? Well, that's what we're talking about. We're literally talking about HEDT. When I said X79, X79 is HEDT. Where's Sapphire Rapid? Sapphire Rapid's not DDR3. You guys are jumping all over the place in terms of what you're talking about. Like, we're talking about DDR4, then we start talking about DDR3, and then you guys are talking about HEDT, but you were talking about DDR3 HEDT, which is not Sapphire Rapids. Sapphire Rapids is DDR5. Just saying. So, I don't know. This conversation just seems like it's just jumping all over the place. But anyway, so... Okay, hold on. The overlay is on, but you guys can't even see it. I realized now it wasn't even showing up because it was turned off. There we go. Okay, so we are actually... Funnily enough, we're able to play this game like this. Wow. So this is interesting. So we are going to look at the... So here's what you guys can expect to see. Although we're not going to use this GPU. We are going to be looking at 2 Intel platforms real soon. The 11700K. Yeah, we've got one. And then we're also going to be looking at the 12700K. Yours truly's main CPU from late 2021 and throughout 2022. This was my main CPU. So all this talk about quote-unquote tuned whatever, I know exactly what that is because I actually daily drove the 12700K and it's actually still in the motherboard. So we're going to be looking at 12700K with the same exact RAM that we're using here. So DDR4 3200 because that's what I have and that's what I used. 64 gigs of DDR4 3200 and that's what it's going to be. And it's going to be out of the box stock because that's how most people game. And we're going to see how that handles these modern games. But we're going to be using a different GPU, though. We're not going to be using this. We'll be using a 6950 XT. It's already been decided. It has been preordained. We'll be doing the same thing with this CPU soon. So expect to see 2 Intel-based streams coming up soon. 12700K, 11700K, and then again 5800X3D. And all 3 of them will be using the exact same 64 gigs of DDR4, 3200, 4 sticks of DDR4, because we only do 4 sticks of RAM. And that's going to be it. So that's going to be, what is that? 16 times 4. 16 gigs per stick. because I think that's very representative of the sort of computer that you could have had 4 years ago. You couldn't have anything newer than that. The newest thing you could have at this point in time was either this CPU or the 12th gen Intel. You're here on 2x 32 gig DDR4 3600. See, those sticks of RAM are actually really rare. So if you have a 32 gig DIMM that's actually DDR4, that means you only bought that RAM within the last 4 years, because that type of RAM never existed until DDR5 was already on the market. So yeah, I know one person that I helped build a computer 4 years ago, oddly enough, that actually has the same type of RAM that you're using right now. It's like the big 32 gig DIMMs, yeah. Because he has 2 sticks, total 64. Yeah. So, I never had DDR4 that had those type of sticks. So the biggest DIMMs I've got are 16 gig DIMMs. So it takes 4 of them for me to get 64 gigs. But that's what we're going to be doing. 4 sticks, because 4 sticks is where it's at. So we're going to be doing big RAM, 64 gigs total, 3200. Because that's what the RAM, that's what you're going to do. If you're doing 4 sticks, you ain't doing no 4133 with 4 sticks, I can tell you that. When you're talking big RAM. So, because we only do big RAM on this channel. So we're gonna see how that goes with these older DDR4 based platforms, because I kind of want to see how well they've aged. So far, it does seem like the DDR4 is still pretty good, even as far back as like Zen 2 is okay. Like, you're getting acceptable frame rates provided you have a modern GPU. Now, if you just have an old GPU like what I'm using here, I mean, it's not going to be good, man. This GPU is 9 years old. We were using a 10-year-old 1080 the other day, and that was just as bad. So, as long as you got a modern GPU that's like within 3 years of age, I guess, or 4 years of age, then with these CPUs, these DDR4 based platforms, it should still be pretty good. Alright, so this, yeah, I'm actually pretty impressed actually with this, that I'm actually able to play the game like this. Because I wasn't able to play the game like this without X3D the other day, with the ancient GPU like this. This CPU, man, is literally carrying the whole thing. Because this Vega, it's making the Vega look pretty good. Let's put it this way, the Vega is actually the problem right now, which is really rare to see in a game like this. Well, that's interesting. Okay, so I think this is a good stopping point. The next live stream we do will be this CPU again with the 6950 XT, and then after that we're gonna do one of the Intels. Either the 12700K will be easier for me to do because it's already built. The 11700K will be harder for me to do because I'll have to disassemble a computer to build the 11700K. So that might actually turn into a live stream, like the actual build video. So stay tuned for that, but that means that'll be further out. So yeah, we'll probably end up doing 11th gen at the very end. That'll be the last of it. So that's the schedule then, guys. Look forward to it. It's either going to be 12700K next or 5800X3D. Either one, doesn't really matter. We're going to cover both of them in the same time frame. And then we'll save 11th gen Intel, because I know a bunch of people voted for 11th gen. They want to see 11th gen at its best. So we will be doing 11th gen with 64 gigs, dual ranks, 4 sticks, DDR4 3200. That's representative of pretty much like gamers mostly. You guys would be surprised. Trust me. You guys would be surprised what the average gamer actually runs. Because most of my audience are enthusiasts. So you guys do tuning and stuff. But the average gamer doesn't do any tuning. They do not do any tuning. You would be very surprised. Or maybe you wouldn't be surprised. But the average gamer literally just turns it on and expects it to work. So I think the setup that we're going to be showcasing is far more representative of the average gamer than, you know, someone who knows what they're doing when it comes to overclocking or just tuning the system in general. Because that to me is like different content right there. So look forward to that. We'll be doing 5800X 3D with 6950 XT. Then we'll be doing 12700K plus 6950 XT. And then we'll be looking at 11700K with 6950 XT. We're going to keep the GPU the same for all of them. We're going to be looking at, I guess, 1440p gaming. Yeah, we'll look at 1440p gaming. Because that GPU, in my mind, is a 1440p graphics card. So we'll do that resolution. And I think that'll be it. 16 gig stick is, yes, it's dual rank. It might be single rank. I actually have some newer 16 gig DIMMs that are actually single rank. But they might be in a different... They might be in a Threadripper computer. My old Threadripper computer. So, let's go here real quick. And we'll be testing basically the same games we've been testing the whole time. So don't expect that to change. It's going to be Monster Hunter Wilds, The Legend of Heroes, maybe Fatal Frame 2, Pragmata, Crimson Desert, and maybe Echoes of Aincrad. I don't know. I'm not 100% sold on that game yet. But definitely this game. Oh, Dragon's Dogma 2. I might do Dragon's Dogma 2 because that's a CPU bottleneck game. So yeah, we'll do that one. Wait, how come? Yeah, let's do the meal. Man, look at this. We're capping at 120 because I set the cap to 60. If you set the cap to 60 FPS, that means with FrameGen, it caps to 120 FPS. And we were hitting 120 FPS at certain points during that scene. So, and this is on a Vega 64, guys. On a Vega 64 from 9 years ago. That means that this CPU is hard carrying the whole system right now. Like, you gotta go back and look at the earlier live streams where we were using the older CPUs just to see how much of a difference this CPU is making right now. Like, it is insane. It's like the difference between this and a 3800X. 3800X is like an i9 9900K. So it's like the difference between 9900K and this is like insane in this one game. Like, that's crazy. Wow. All right. Well, I think that's a good stopping point. This is kind of crazy, man. Like, what is going on here? I can't believe Vega is getting playable frame rates in this game right now. That implies that the GTX 1080 possibly could have done the same thing. We just didn't test 1080 with 3D with this game because we played this game in like every other live stream. Maybe some emulation test? What do you mean by emulation test? I don't think we can stream that for obvious reasons. That'll be more of like an offline thing. But anyway, that is that's gonna be it for the Vega 64 Crossfire. This game didn't use the Crossfire, but that means we didn't have to worry about the game freezing up on us because of the weird, like, workarounds that are required. But anyway, that's it, guys. You guys asked for Vega 64 Crossfire X, and we delivered it. So there you go. So no more multi GPU then, right? What was the final vote? Did you guys vote no? I think it was no, right? I forgot already. What was the vote? It was no. Okay, so we're not gonna be doing any more multi GPU. We're done with multi GPU. No more multi GPU. Because I feel like we've spent like almost a month doing multi GPU content on this channel, and most of it was GTX 1080 SLI. We did one AMD multi GPU and we're done. One and done. We did like, how many NVIDIA streams did we do recently? We did FX 8350. We did i7 4770K. We did 3800X, 5800X, and 5800X 3D. We did 5 streams with the GTX 1080 SLI. And now we've done 1 stream with Vega 64 Crossfire X, and we are done. That's 6 live streams dedicated to multi-GPU over both DDR3 and DDR4. And originally, I only wanted to test DDR3, but then the question became, well, DDR3 is completely irrelevant for modern gaming when we saw the results and the terrible performance. So then I was like, okay, well, let's test DDR4. And DDR4 is still pretty good, man. DDR4 is forced to have some pretty long legs because of the current situation with the RAM apocalypse, as people are calling it. So, yeah, man, DDR4. We're gonna need some 12th gen in the house with DDR4, and we're gonna need some Zen 3 X3D goodness to hold out. Holding out for Nova Lake and Zen 6. But the problem is those platforms require DDR5. So you don't already have DDR5, you're kind of stuck right now in a really weird spot. So I guess this content is actually quite relevant to a lot of people who are still on DDR4. And are probably going to be forced to stay with DDR4 for another couple of years. Yeah, I mean, I'll be honest, guys. Like, if I wasn't live streaming, the multi-GPU would actually work more consistently. The main problem with multi-GPU, obviously, the lack of game support. But if you wanted to actually use it, it would work. It's just the live stream having to hook into the game while it's trying to do the alternate frame render and all the pipelines, everything. There's just too many missteps that could happen, and that's kind of the reason why it is what it is. So you may be moving to Zen 6 if things get back down by then. Well, when you say back down by then probably means 2028 or 2029. And I'm being told that you go look at what Lenovo said recently. Although this is probably gonna, people are probably gonna be like, no, stop talking. Lenovo recently said that they have projected now that the industry demand for RAM and SSDs is not going to go back to normal until the next decade, 2030. They are projecting now 2030 at the earliest for price stabilization. So I don't know what that means. That could mean a lot of things. That could mean that the prices could continue to go up, then drop, then go up, then drop. Become very, like, you know, spiky for a while, and then they kind of like balance out after a number of years. So, but they're saying 2030, guys. Projection for price decrease. Yeah, that's what they're saying. That is not good news. As an enthusiast, that is not good news. That is not what I want to hear from these companies right now. Because that basically means that the build your own PC hobby is at risk of being killed off for the next, at least for the next couple of years. Basically going dormant. it's almost like it's the Clone Wars, and the enthusiasts are the Jedi, and OpenAI and all these AI companies did the whole execute order 666 or whatever. And it's like now they've killed off all the enthusiasts because of the RAM apocalypse and the SSD shortages. So yeah, it's not gonna be a good next couple of years, is what it's looking like. So who knows? Maybe these DDR4 builds are going to be even more relevant than I ever even imagined because of what's happening now. I mean, you guys saw the announcement of the console prices are going to go up again. And the consoles establish a baseline of what consumers are required to pay for the gaming ecosystem. So if consoles are at an all-time high, you can bet that that means PC hardware is going to be even higher. Because PC has historically always been more expensive than console gaming. So if console gaming, if the floor is approaching $1,000, that means the floor for a build your own PC is going to be approaching maybe close to $3,000. So, and you know, a $3,000 PC in 2027, in terms of the value, is going to be comparable to like a $1,000 PC from like 3 years ago. So, not very good, man. These are not good times, unfortunately. So, it is what it is. We'll see what happens. But anyway, regardless, we'll see how it plays out. And this could all be over in the next 2 years. And we're back to normal before the end of the decade. Or it could play out exactly like Lenovo says. And next year could be a repeat of this year. Or worse, and then the following year could be the same or worse, and then eventually it just kind of like bottoms out or like peaks, it plateaus around, I don't know, 2028 summer or whatever, and then it just kind of like starts going back down in 2029, maybe. So then by 2030, then it's kind of like starting to even back out. But I don't know. Yeah, nothing is good to buy in 2026. It's bad, man. It's bad. The Steam machine is the what is the saying? The canary in the coal mine. The Steam machine is setting the precedence because with the Steam machine being priced at what it is, that's going to further incentivize the other console manufacturers to raise their prices to match and be competitive. And that just creates it creates a feedback effect, a feedback loop where it just keeps amplifying the price hikes and just everything just gets out of control. At a certain point, it will stop. What will stop it? I'll tell you what will stop it. Consumers not buying anything. That will stop it. That will stop the price increases. Because it's better to at least take in revenue than to literally have no revenue. Even if your profit margins are razor thin, or if you've got to go negative for a quarter or two, revenue is still revenue versus like no revenue. So you know what I'm saying? So we'll see what happens, but it's a bad time to be an enthusiast. This is a really bad hobby to get into. A lot of people that I know in real life have been telling me that I need to change hobbies. They're telling me you need to get out of like building PCs and you need to go do something else, man. Because they're telling me like you should get into some other hobbies because it's like your hobby is just straight up dead. I tried to get people to build computers early this year, and I'll be honest, like I knew it wasn't gonna work because when I showed them the prices of stuff, they're like, "Nah, man, that's not for me. At those prices, no way, no way." So then I'm like, "Okay, fine, I get it. I mean, this is not a really good year to be doing it anyway, so." But then they're like, man, you need to like stop doing this PC stuff and go do something else because this is like, what are you doing, man? But we'll see. I'm saving up. We're gonna see what happens with Nova Lake. Nova Lake is coming this year. It's gonna launch like Steam Machine, very, very expensive, stupid expensive, and then the motherboard is gonna be expensive. The CPU is gonna be expensive, especially if you want the flagship Nova Lake. And I will tell you guys this: I can't say a whole lot about Nova Lake. And what I can say publicly to prepare people who are wanting to get Nova Lake at launch, make sure you have a really good power supply. Invest in a really good power supply. I'll leave it at that. You should already know that you'd have DDR5. If you don't already have DDR5, you need to take that into account. You need to start saving up for DDR5 because you're gonna need like 96 gigs of DDR5 for Nova Lake if you want the flagship Nova Lake. So yours truly is planning to get Nova Lake. So we will be doing a Nova Lake build on this channel. We'll probably do a live stream. We'll probably be doing a build guide video for Nova Lake. So stay tuned for that if you're interested in Nova Lake. I will be covering it. I already have the RAM secured. I've got 96 gigs of CUDIM RAM ready to go on launch day. So I don't have to worry about DDR5 CUDIM. But a lot of people out there do. So I don't know how popular that platform is going to be, because it's going to launch into a really, really bad market where everything around it is terribly expensive. And that's going to incentivize Intel to also charge an exuberant amount of money for Nova Lake. So the entry point to Nova Lake, if you desire the flagship, is going to be very, very high. Very high. Just saying. And you're going to need a really good power supply. So if you don't already have a good power supply, and you guys know what I consider a good power supply, I consider a good power supply to have a minimum of 1200 to 1300 watts. That is the baseline. That is the minimum spec. So if you don't have a 1200 watt power supply, you're not prepared for Nova Lake. Just saying. So, and if you don't already have 96 gigs of DDR5, you're also not prepared for Nova Lake. So those are the prerequisites. Those are the prerequisites. Get 96 gigs of DDR5, preferably CUDIM, CKD, meaning clock driver, if you want those really high speeds, 96 gigs of that stuff, and a really good power supply. That'll put you in a good position to benefit from Nova Lake and what it will be able to offer as a next generation platform. So it's going to be really, really interesting to see what happens with these next generations of CPUs. Now, I probably should have wrote this down for the people that are wanting to review this. So let me do this again. Hold on. Let's get this stuff out of the way. Let me bring paint back up here. Shrink this back down. So let's review. Let's review Nova Lake. Nova Lake build. So if you want Nova Lake, there are some prerequisites. Prerequisite. Is that how you spell it? Okay, prerequisite number 1. Have 96 gigabyte of DDR5. CUDIM. CUDIM. You want CUDIM. Don't get buyer's remorse and be like, oh man, I wish I had that CKD, because Nova Lake needs those CKDs. Alright. Also, number 2, and this is if Nova Lake flagship, I should specify. Flagship build. Nova Lake flagship build. Have 96 gigs of CUDIMs, DDR5. Have at least a 1200 watt power supply. If you don't have these two things, you need to get these two things before you consider getting Nova Lake's flagship. Now, if you don't care about the flagship, if you want to get like a lower end Nova Lake, then you don't actually need these things. You can get away with 64 gigs of RAM, or maybe 48 gigs of RAM. Just make sure you get CUDIM. Don't buy the non-CUDIM stuff and then feel buyer's remorse later on. But the power supply, I guess, if you're not going to buy the flagship, then you can get by with a 1000 watt. But personally, I would recommend 1200 watt. So those are the two things. And then the third thing, save a lot of money for a $500 motherboard. Save a lot of money for a $500 motherboard. And then save an additional 900 plus for the CPU. Just saying. This is what you need to do if you have any desire to upgrade to Nova Lake's flagship later this year. So I'm telling you this because I'm already in the process of preparing for this. So I've already done step 1. I've already done step 2. I've already done step 3, and I'm currently in the process of saving up an additional $900+ so I can afford that flagship CPU. So I've done 1, 2, and 3. I have yet to complete step 4 yet. But those are the prerequisites for Nova Lake. Now let's do the same thing for Zen 6. Zen 6 flagship build. Now, it's not really that different. There is one difference, though. So, number 1, have 96 GB of DDR5. CUDIM. Here, so the step 1 is literally the exact same step as Nova Lake. You need to have 96 gigs of DDR5 CUDIM for Zen 6 if you want to benefit from the flagship CPU. Now, step 2 is actually quite different. Have at least an 850 watt power supply. Now, actually, no, 1,000 watt. I'm gonna be safe. I'm gonna err on the side of caution. I'm gonna go with bigger is most of the time better. So we'll say 1,000 watts for the flagship. Now you could probably get by with an 850 watt with Zen 6, but because of the GPUs, you probably want a 1,000 watt. So that's different. So that's different from Nova Lake. Number 3 is basically the same. Save a lot of money for a $500 motherboard. Actually, hold on. This step is different. This step is where it gets really interesting. So, step 3. Here's where Zen 6 gets really interesting. Because if you already have an AM5 motherboard, all the rumors seem to indicate that Zen 6 will be on AM5. So, if you have, well, I'm still gonna say, save 500 or more for a motherboard, but I'm gonna put an asterisk next to this because the rumors say that Zen 6 is gonna be on AM5. If that turns out to be true, step 3 can be completely skipped. If you already have an AM5 motherboard, especially if you have a decent AM5 motherboard, one with a postcode debug, or an X870E, then you kind of can skip step 3. That is a significant savings right there. And then finally, save an additional 7. Okay, we're talking flagship here, guys. So now the problem is AMD has gone and introduced the 9950 X3D2 at $900, which basically means that AMD has created incentive for themselves and Intel to charge more money. So I'm going to go ahead and say 900 plus, just like with Intel, for the CPU. But I kind of think that AMD is probably going to, I'm actually going to say 700, because I don't think, so if AMD launches their, the same way they did with like 9950X3D, 9950X3D is like $700 at launch. So I kind of think Zen 6 can still be around that same price. So, because it's not really doing anything different in terms of, the only thing that's changing is the IO die is going to be different, so maybe that would but in terms of the BOM cost, it's not really doing much. But it could all fall on the hands of like TSMC and what they're doing behind the scenes. So I'm still going to go ahead and say, like, this to me is still kind of accurate advice. So for AMD, I currently don't have this, unfortunately, because I have allocated it for Nova Lake. So I don't actually have CUDIM for AMD ready to go. So I'm actually not in a very good spot for Zen 6. I have the 1000 watt power supply. I can skip the motherboard because I already have a good motherboard. So, assuming AM5 socket compatibility. So I already have 2 out of the 4 steps. And I don't have... I'm in the process of this one right now. So, you can see, like, my problem for Zen 6 is going to be getting QDIM RAM. Now, if I don't use QDIM, I already have 96 gigs ready to go. So, technically, I can make it work without QDIM, and same thing with Intel. I don't have to use the QDIM, but you're gonna want the QDIM. Trust me, you're gonna want the QDIM. So, I mean, technically, I kind of have the RAM, but I mean, I don't have 96 gigs of QDIM for Zen 6 allocated. So. Okay, now let's do the gamer one. And then we have to stop the stream, guys, because we're going way too long on these live streams. So, let's do the gamer one. Gamer Nova Lake. Gamer Nova Lake. Step 1. I gotta think about this for a second. We gotta do the math on the RAM. Hold on, let me get the calculator. Well, did we already do this in another live stream? What's the gamer? So it's like... Plus... Okay. So for the gamer Nova Lake... what did I say up here? Have blah blah blah. Okay. Have 48 GB of DDR5 QDIM. Have 48 GB of DDR5 QDIM. This is for the gamer Nova Lake. Gamer Nova Lake. Step 2. Have a 1000 watt power supply. Step 3. Save $350 or more for a motherboard. There's no way around it. You gotta get the motherboard. There's no socket compatibility with Arrow Lake. So no matter what, you have to buy a motherboard. So you gotta save for the motherboard. And then step 4 is save an additional $550 for the CPU. There you go. Gamer Nova Lake. Actually, you know what? Just make that 600 just to be safe. There. There you go. That's what you got to do if you want to go gamer Nova Lake. These are the prerequisites. You got to have 48 gigs of DDR5 QDIM. You have to have a 1000 watt power supply. You have to save at least $350, if not more. More like $400 realistically for the motherboard. And then you got to save an additional $600 for the CPU. So that's gamer Nova Lake. Let's do gamer Zen 6 X3D. So number 1. Okay, I gotta think this through. Actually, I don't have to think this through. Okay, wow, it's so interesting. It's the same. Have 48 GB of DDR5 QDIM. So the step 1 for both is actually the exact same. Step 2, have a 850 watt PSU. Now I say that, but knowing what I know about how power hungry these GPUs are, like 5090 and stuff, it's kind of hard for me to say 850 watts. I'm just going to go ahead and say 1000 watts, same as Intel. 1000 watt PSU covers all bases most of the time. Alright, step 3, save an additional $500 for the CPU. There you go. That's what you gotta do if you plan to go gamer Zen 6. And okay, and then this assumes you already have AM5. Otherwise, you have to save what is it, like $300, 350 or whatever. I mean, I guess you could get one. I guess 300 is fine for AM5 or a motherboard if you need one. assumes you don't already have AM5. So that's the difference. So the steps are kind of similar. You see the difference? So you're going to need 48. If you're going to go gamer, you got to go 84 gigs of RAM, or 48 gigs of RAM. 48 gigs of RAM. If you're going flagship, you want 96 gigs. If you try to pair up the flagship Nova Lake with 48 gigs of RAM, or worse, 32, you're going to have a lot of page file Windows scheduler problems with Windows 11. Just FYI, public service announcement on that one. So there you go, guys. Those are the tips. That's the action plan. As an enthusiast, you have to decide, is your next upgrade Gamer Nova Lake? If so, this is what you need to do. If you're going to Zen 6 X3D, this is what you need to do. If you're like me and you're going all in on the flagship, this is what you got to do for Nova Lake. This is what you got to do for Zen 6. And there are a lot of assumptions with what I'm showing here. This assumes that you already have a computer case. This assumes you don't have to buy any peripherals or monitors or graphics cards or any of those, or SSDs or any of those things. So this is literally just for the platform upgrade by itself. Okay, so with that, we are at the end of the live stream. Thanks all for tuning in. This was an interesting live stream, a final look at multi-GPU. We're finally done with multi-GPU. So the next live stream will be back to single GPU gaming. And if I don't see you guys on the gaming streams, I'll probably see at least a couple of you or several of you on the next episode of Tech Thursdays. I have no idea what we're going to talk about on Tech Thursdays. But we're going to be doing the show next week, regardless. So, alright guys, thanks for tuning in as always, and I will see you guys on the next episode of Tech Thursdays. If not, maybe I'll see you guys on the next gaming stream. Until then, take care, and I'll see you next time. Thanks.